We're moving now to year 2050. Allow me to introduce Rita Isiba, our morning news anchor.
Good morning and welcome to the news on Thursday, November the 2nd, 2050. Ethiopian nominated for Nobel Prize for Economics. Born in Ethiopia on November the 2nd, 2023, Salamawit Mulugeta is known for her contributions to the introduction of a sustainable economic order in many countries of the African continent. European Union to celebrate. 100 years after laying the foundations for today's EU, several successes of the Union can be celebrated in this anniversary year, including the goal of CO2 neutrality set out in the Green Deal in 2021. This has been achieved by all member states. Air traffic largely decarbonized. Austrian Airways is set to take delivery of its first fully hydrogen-powered long-haul jet. The plane is scheduled to start regular services between Vienna and Tokyo from November the 15th. African continent continues economic upswing. Ethiopia, Zambia, and Benin are now the 3 fastest growing economies in 2050, continuing the trajectory of most of the continent. As the educational level of young people, and especially women in most African countries, have improved significantly. China to approve optimized human embryos. 100 years after the first transplant of an animal embryo was performed, China officially approved that genetically optimized human embryos can be selected during medical preconception examination. Hole in the ozone layer continues to shrink. The so-called ozone hole is at its lowest level since 1987. The worldwide ban on CFCs introduced by the Montreal Protocol has significantly reduced the damage to the ozone layer in subsequent years, and which has led to today's level of regeneration. Hunger defeated for 20 years. Some 735 million people were still classified as undernourished in 2023. In the year 2030, the UN achieved their goal of eliminating hunger in the world. Thanks to great efforts by many countries, the world is still free of hunger to this day. Sports, no more Winter Games. The International Olympic Committee announces that the Winter Olympics will be held for the last time this year. Instead, the committee announced that there will be a UN Peace and Climate Games. The weather report for Europe. It will remain unusually warm and dry in the coming days. Starting next week, we can hope for some precipitation to be delivered from the hurricane, which is currently in the west of Great Britain, heading south. Temperatures tomorrow are expected to be 25 Celsius in the south and around 20 Celsius in Central Europe. So that was actually me anchoring the news of the future. Thank you. The purpose of this is just to help us visualize how the world affairs could look like in the year 2050. 2050 is only in 27 years. So I hope today marks an opportunity for us to bundle our expertise and our actions in order to make the world affairs happen, as I mentioned earlier today, or this moment. Now, excuse me, where are my manners? Let me start from the top. Respectable Director Generals, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and those of you joining online, hello and a very warm welcome to the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum 2023. My name is Rita Siba, and I'm delighted to guide you through the event of today and tomorrow, together with my co-hosts. And also, I would like to mention that this event wouldn't have been possible with the help of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization in partnership with the Federal Ministry of European and International Affairs, the Austrian Development Agency, as well as the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. So we're here at the Hofburg, where history and innovation intertwines. If you look above, you will see the first electric chandelier that was actually installed here as a testament to innovation and collaboration between Joseph Lobmeier and the renowned Thomas Edison. Also within this vicinity, the first electric generating wind turbine was installed here by the Austrian Joseph Friedländer almost 140 years ago. So I hope this serves as an inspiration that this space is where we can come up with brilliant solutions which are tangible to accelerate progression and groundbreaking innovation. So over the next 2 days, I'm thinking about years, over the next 2 days, we will engage in this powerhouse with over 45 experts and changemakers who will present energy and climate solutions on various topics. So in the spirit of engagement, let's kick off this event with a greeting with the Austrian Federal President of Austria, Alexander Van der Bellen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vienna, welcome to the Hofburg. Every 2 years, this conference, jointly organized by UNIDO, the Austrian government, and the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, unites so many bright thinkers and innovators in the field of energy around the table. And this year's conference is a premiere. The Vienna Energy Forum was transformed into the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum, thus shifting towards a more comprehensive discussion around energy and climate. We are all aware of the catastrophic impacts of the climate emergency around the world. The latest IPCC report painted a brutally honest outlook. The 1.5 degrees Celsius target will be missed if we fail to act more decisively. This also means that we must step up our ambitions. 2 months ahead of COP28 in Dubai, this forum can serve as an opportunity to underline the urgency of action to come up with innovative green solutions in the energy sector and to build coalitions. I wish you all a productive and successful forum, and I look forward to the positive results that will emerge from it.
President Van der Bellen, with a clear call to action and encouraging us to make the best use of this gathering. Now next, I'd like to welcome our hosts and also our next speaker, who will share his opening remarks. Please put your hands together for Director General of the United Nations Industrial Organization, Mr. Gerd Müller. The stage is yours.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what a welcome this morning, Excellencies, dear guests. I am incredibly glad to welcome you to the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum on behalf of UNIDO. And thanks to the organizers and all participants from all continents from around the world. Thanks to the Austrian Foreign Ministry, the Austrian government and the Development Agency and even YASA. Energy is the basis for all development and progress, ladies and gentlemen. We heard it 150 years ago, there was no electricity in Europe. And now we are here. Ladies and gentlemen, our atmosphere, the climate on Earth, makes our lives possible. For millions of years, mankind lived in harmony, in balance with nature, with our planet. But now, today, the human carbon footprint, the emissions that we cause have reached a dramatic level. Not only the atmosphere, but our climate, our global public goods, like the seas and the forests, are endangered. The triggers are two main developments, ladies and gentlemen. First, the world population explosion in recent decades. Think about it. Humanity has increased from 2 billion to 8 billion in the last 100 years. From 2 to 8 billion. Never before such an explosion. The population is now growing every day by 250,000 people. That means every week a new Vienna at the planet. That is 80 million people more on the planet every year. And the second development is the consequences of industrialization since now 150 years. Mankind is more old than 3 or 4 billion of years. But industrialization started 150 years ago. And that means energy and the use of fossil fuel in all of that time, the last 150 years. And the consequences of this for the climate and environment are dramatic. But we know what to do. The slogan, the message of this meeting is solutions. Solutions. We not only talk about catastrophes, challenges, we talk about solutions. Then we know what to do. The solution is the constant implementation of the SDG agenda, the Paris Climate Agreement, and the Biodiversity Convention. And industrialized countries, the G20, they have the most responsibility. The G20, they are indeed responsible for 80% of global CO2 emissions. Developing countries and LDCs are hit the hardest by the consequences of climate change, but they themselves historically contribute very little to it. Nevertheless, developing countries, the countries of the global south, they need a development perspective for the future. And that means investments and progress in industrialization, innovation, infrastructure, and jobs. Jobs are needed for hundreds of millions of young people, especially in African countries. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, the fact today is that the global CO2 emissions are still rising. That is the fact. And the global primary energy demand is projected to increase by 50 to 70% by 2050. Additional 50 to 70% by 2050. Today, roughly 80% of energy production globally is fossil-based fused. Therefore, the central questions are, first, how can economic development be decoupled from rising energy use and growing emissions? Second, what contribution can renewable energies and hydrogen realistically make to the global energy demand, and what is necessary? The third, what can advanced technology solutions contribute to reducing emissions? For example, CCS or CCU and small nuclear reactors and hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, overall, we must rethink the model of globalization. We must rethink our model of life and consumption. We need a new, sustainable, fair global model of growth and globalization. That means produce more with less energy, fewer emissions, and fewer resources. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is possible, but that is only possible with a new approach. With a new approach, with new thinking, innovation, new technologies and solutions. We know how to do. We know how to do. First, a multi-billion-dollar investment offensive for a global green transformation in industry, energy, construction, agriculture, traffic, decarbonization, and in circular economy is needed. We do have worldwide, globally, the technology and the knowledge for worldwide solutions. We do have the technology and the knowledge. I see enormous potential to create huge win-win situations between private companies and emerging and developing countries, with investments in a new Green Deal. We need a new Green Deal in partnership with industrialized and developing countries. Investments in the global south, especially in the African countries, is required. A climate finance agreement with a technological and development partnership, a green Marshall Plan for the global south, and implementation of the loss and damage fund now as a result of the COP28. Necessary is the fulfillment of the climate commitments on the part of the industrialized countries and huge investments in adaptation, mitigation, and nature-based solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, experts here are discussing all of these questions and show real, possible, and effective solutions in Vienna. I welcome all of you, over 1,000 participants from all continents here in Vienna. We will together discuss and showcase concrete solutions for a green transformation to protect our climate, the people, and the planet for future generations. Thank you so much.
If you stay with me, yes, stay with me, Director General Miller. DG Miller, if you stay with me here on stage. Thank you very much. Yes, I will stand next to you. So I would like to echo what you mentioned earlier. what resonated with me the most, and I think it's worth a tweet or maybe worth a X, I don't know how you call it nowadays. We need a green Marshall Plan, indeed. We actually have a film, so I invite you all on a time travel to explore industrial development, energy and climate solutions. Let's have a look at the film, and then we'll have a quick chat. Let's have a stand there. Thank you to the gentleman whose perspective we saw through virtual reality glasses. Director General Müller, What was your take on this movie? What message transforms from what we just saw earlier?
The first message, need a mic?
Maybe you need a mic
Yeah,
there.
okay.
Let's stand there.
So, as I mentioned, 5 nations, countries in the world are responsible for 2/3 of the emissions. 80% of the emissions responsible the G20 countries. So we have to start there first. That is these countries they have the main responsibility. And the second message is the consequences of climate change hit the poorest, hardest, the developing countries. And therefore, very, very important is now to start this loss and damage fund at the COP28 and to create a green Marshall Plan with the developing countries. And that means investments in solutions, in technology and knowledge transfer. Because, and that is the second message from this meeting in Vienna, we do have the technologies, ladies and gentlemen, experts, business people here in the hall. We do have the technology in clean energy, in decarbonization of infrastructure, of buildings, of traffics. We do have already the technology. So now it's up to us, up to the industrialized countries to finance this green transition and transformation, these investments in Africa, in Latin America, in Asian countries.
Thank you very much for passionately telling us what we need to do. Director General Müller, everyone. So, for many years, the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum has been hosted together with significant partners. So, in this respect, please help me welcome the Secretary General of Foreign Affairs at the Austrian Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs, Nikolaus Marschik, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much and good morning. A very inspiring movie that we just saw. I counted 2 cows and many more electric cars. So Director General, we might have to discuss this future of sustainable agricultural policies also. But I want to wish you all a very good morning, in particular those participants who specifically came for this conference to Vienna and Austria. And I'm really honored to be able to co-host the opening of our today's conference. As Ministry for Foreign Affairs, we have for many years been co-organizer of this event, and as our president has already pointed out, this event has transformed. 2 years ago, it was the Vienna Energy Forum that now transformed into the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum, and thereby we can highlight that energy and climate policies are interlinked. Some even say that they are 2 sides of the same coin. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in times of multiple crises. They challenge our society and they challenge us simultaneously, and they lead to an increasingly unstable and insecure international framework. And despite all these crises and despite all these challenges, I can assure you that the Austrian government has clearly always remained extremely engaged and committed to a very ambitious climate action and energy transition agenda. And as you are well aware, the Austrian government has an agenda that is trying to become climate neutral by 2040, even 10 years more ambitious than the aims of the European Union. How we will get there? Well, the public and also the private sectors are actively engaged in investing in innovative energy solutions, be it hydrogen, geothermal, or nature-based solutions for infrastructure such as cool cities. Consequently, we really hope that you consider us a credible host for today's forum. This forum is also a result of a very strong network. If you look at the organizations who are co-hosting, we have an international organization here today. We have the Federal Ministry for Foreign Affairs. So there's really a strong network of actively engaged organizations here in Vienna. And Vienna is proud to have a large number of international organizations advancing energy transition and addressing energy security, such as UNIDO and also the International Atomic Energy Agency, both represented today by their Directors General, which is a huge honor for us, and including also Sustainable Energy for All, REAP, the Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Partnership, REN21, and IASA also as co-host. And all of these institutions and organizations, they're managing projects on energy transformation and overall energy security issues around the globe. Austria, our government, we support these projects. For instance, we support UNIDO with the creation of regional centers for renewable energy and energy efficiency, or the use of green hydrogen for industry sectors which today still heavily rely on fossil fuels. We are committed to continue to support these partners in their work and in their mandate, thereby strengthening this platform that we have in Vienna and that some refer to as Vienna Energy Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, Austria is of course also part and member state of the European Union. And if you look at the political agenda of the European Union, you will see that it clearly focuses on climate policy and on energy transition. For decades, the European Union and member states have been leading international climate policy debates with the European Common Market through international partnerships as well as in multilateral frameworks. In these last years, these policies have been increased and have been further developed, in particular by the European Green Deal, by the Fit for 55 packages, as well as through international climate financing, in particular the Green Climate Fund. And Europe's focus is on lowering greenhouse gas emissions while at the same time stimulating economic growth and strengthening international competitiveness. If we look at the energy sector of today, we see that it is responsible for 77% of greenhouse gas emissions. And thereby we are aware that all of our countries need to transform and adapt energy systems on a national level as well as regional and global. There is reason for optimism. If we look at last year, 2022, more investments were made worldwide in renewable LNGs than in fossil fuels. Director General Müller has spoken about COP28, and yes, we are only a month away from COP28. COP28 will determine climate politics for years to come. And we're all aware that we are currently not on track to achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. The meeting in Dubai will be a defining moment for the international community to act. We all know that there is still hesitance and resistance on a global level to phase out fossil fuels. For us, this is extremely worrisome. And therefore, I appeal to this conference to use the upcoming 2 days to serve its motto, progress by innovation, and discuss, and that's I think what the Gerd Müller also said before, to discuss solutions. We need solutions for progress in energy transformation and innovative climate action. I thank you very much. I wish you a very successful conference, and representing the Austrian government and Ministry for Foreign Affairs, I also wish you a very pleasant time here in Vienna. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful remarks, Secretary General Marschik. I am extraordinarily proud what Austria or Vienna contributes towards finding solutions to the energy and climate challenges that we all face. Both Director General Müller and Secretary General Marschik have already mentioned the COP28, which is due to be hosted in Dubai. In this respect, I would like to announce the President-designate of COP28, Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, to provide us a video message. Let's have a look.
President van der Bellen, Director Mueller, Excellencies, dear friends, honored guests, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to address the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum. And allow me to thank the organizers of this important event hosted by the government of Austria, together with the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. The theme of this gathering, Progress by Innovation, aligns very closely to the priorities of the COP28 presidency. COP28 is focused on delivering practical solutions and real results that can benefit the climate and socio-economic development at the same time. And with just 27 days to COP28, I am keen to include all stakeholders from government, industry, academia, civil society, and everyone who can make a positive contribution. Excellencies, as you may know, COP28 will deliver the global stocktake, the first official report card on climate progress since the Paris Agreement. It will show exactly how much work the world needs to do to achieve the goals of Paris and keep 1.5 degrees within reach. The science is telling us that we must reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 22 gigatons over the next 7 years. This is a huge task that will require a system-wide transformation of entire economies. It will require us to apply every technological solution available across every industrial sector. In short, we need a comprehensive, holistic program for green industrialization. As such, I am calling for a global goal to triple renewable energy capacity by 2030. I am calling for the world to double energy efficiency, as that is the cheapest, simplest, and fastest fuel available today. And I am calling for new energies and new technologies like hydrogen and carbon capture to be incentivized, commercialized, and scaled. Smart government policies that send clear market signals are vital for this. Strategic investments across heavy emitting industries are vital for this. And a holistic approach that addresses the supply and demand side of the energy industrial value chain is also vital for this. This is where organizations like UNIDO are making a real difference. UNIDO's Green Public Procurement Pledge aims to reduce carbon emissions from major government-led construction projects like bridges, tunnels, roads, and schools. And as the biggest purchasers of steel, cement, aluminum, and concrete, governments can make industry greener through their purchasing power. I invite all countries to sign up to the Green Public Procurement Pledge and help drive industrial decarbonization. Excellencies, a fair, fast, orderly, responsible, and equitable energy transition is one of our 4 key focus areas for COP28, alongside fixing climate finance, focusing on people, lives, and livelihoods, and ensuring full inclusivity. All these pillars support each other and are critical for the success of COP28. As a showcase for solutions from governments, academia, and the private sector, this forum will make a valuable contribution to the momentum we need. I am sorry I cannot be with you in person today, but I hope to welcome all of you in just a few weeks in the United Arab Emirates for COP28 in Dubai, a COP that will aim for the highest ambition in the negotiated outcomes, a COP that drives green industrialization in developed and emerging economies, and a COP that makes traction for action, drives innovation through inclusivity, and delivers success through unity and solidarity. I thank you all.
Sultan Al-Jabbar, what I'd like to echo from his talk or from his message was to generate a holistic, comprehensive program towards green industrialization. Now I'd like to move on to our next session. As an Austrian woman with Nigerian roots, I'm particularly intrigued with the upcoming talk that we are going to have in regards to moving ahead from the SDG and Climate Ambition Summit. I'm delighted to welcome you, the next speaker on stage, Special Advisor to the UN's Secretary General on Africa. Please put your hands together for Cristina Isabel Lopez da Silva Monteiro Duarte.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, my dear colleague and friend Muller, for the invitation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is truly an honor to be part of this critical conference. And allow me to take the opportunity to exercise my passion for Africa. In less than 30 days, once again, world leaders, climate scientists, negotiators, activists, and other stakeholders will gather to take stock of the planet's future, and participants will review the implementation of the many commitments made to mitigate the looming climate crisis and to add new ones. The planet's future remains at risk. Yet, globally, many countries keep the status quo in terms of energy consumption. Instead of meaningful and deep cuts in emissions, the conversation revolves around alternative solutions for carbon offsets and carbon markets, as well as providing FTI subsidies for the nominal integration of solar and wind power in their energy mix. Despite the many pledges, global CO2 emissions continue to rise in 2022, increasing by 1.5% relative to 2021, and they keep inching up. According to the IEA, global energy-related CO2 emissions grew by 321 MT in 2022, reaching a new high over 36.8 gigatons in 2022. It just keep increasing. After delivering, and allow me to be a little bit provocative, after delivering 28 meetings since '95, we need to ask if the Conference of the Parties has delivered a credible, mutual accountability framework and mechanism. As far as Africa is concerned, the question should be how the absence of a credible, mutual accountability framework and mechanism has been impacting Africa's development options, paths, and policy decisions. This credibility of the absence of this mechanism, credible mechanism, has been affected particularly by the incredible shifts in tone and narratives in the global energy landscape since COP26 was held in Glasgow in November 2021. Again, comparing the numbers. In 2010, Africa's emissions were 0.66 gigatons. and rose only to 1.45 gigatons in 2021. During this same period, high-income countries alone emitted 12.4 gigatons in 2010 and 12.6 gigatons in 2021. So, Africa's contribution to global emissions are minuscule. Despite that, African countries have been always more than willing to embrace a green energy future. What is hanging in the balance is a clear path to a such future. We must reach the same destination, a green planet. But it is imperative to recognize that Africa has a different starting point. Africa's voice and key message, therefore, need to be pragmatic, recognizing that without technological breakthroughs to improve reliability, affordability, and ease of distribution, radical shifts to title the global energy balance in favor of green energy will take a lot longer than the projections of net zero by 2030 or even 2050. Based on the above numbers, I believe it is fair and just to recognize that the only viable energy future for Africa is a balanced energy mix. For African countries, energy access is no longer just an equity and economic development issue. It has real and severe implications for the continent's peace and security, with a growing demand for food, energy, and a young population demanding better futures. Even though Africa is home to 17% of the world's population, the continent represents only 3.3% of global primary energy consumption, 1.1% of electricity generation, and 3% of global energy use in industry. Moreover, each African country is at varying stage of its energy journey and enjoys different energy sources to generate its own energy optimization. The picture here is that a strict one-size-fits-all is not a solution for Africa, nor is it for the world, as you have been clearly witnessing in the last 2 years. The concept of just energy transition, in the case of Africa, needs to adopt a homegrown approach that reflects what is possible versus what is achievable versus what is needed from an energy access standpoint. It is therefore unconscionable to arm twist the entire continent into accepting an unrealistic, only renewables from now on argument, knowing full well that renewables can only be part of the equation in the path to a sustainable energy future. The continent's future and this transformation instead lie in a balanced energy mix if all in this room are truly committed to the principle of no one left behind. African countries need to have differentiated timelines based on each of their economic realities and capacities to realistically meet global commitments while balancing their populations and industrial needs. Achieving an African clean path to development will take time, especially since some African countries are not just looking to transition existing capacities to cleaner energy, but rather in developing all new energy capacities, generation capacities. Global policies and timelines designed to limit greenhouse gas emissions that do not take the continent's unique circumstances into account threaten to limit Africa's capacity to grow, creating an impossible trade-off between African countries' right to energy access and compliance with climate change commitments. At the end of the day, Africa has been caught in an incoherent straitjacket. In one hand, excluding North Africa and South Africa, if the 1 billion people living in 48 African countries tripled their electricity consumption overnight, and 100% of that new power come from natural gas, the effect would be equivalent only to 0.62% of annual global emissions. In a continent where CO2 emissions constitute only 3.9% of the global emissions. On the other hand, the European Union consumed over 3 times as much energy as Africa in 2019, despite having a population just over 1/3 of the size of Africa's population. And more, France and Germany combined energy consumption alone was greater than the entire African continent in 2019. Again, COP28 will occur with Africa having 600 million people without electricity. 75% of the global population without electricity lives in Africa, my continent. But Africa is ready to push for more mutual accountability to deliver a green planet as a pre-requirement for Africa to regain full ownership of its policy space. Thank you for having given me the opportunity.
Thank you, Christina, for breaking it down to us so clearly. There isn't one full comprehensive approach for the situation in Africa. We all need to look at it individualistically. So next, I would like to welcome my co-moderator. I can't see you. His name is Dave Keating. Please help me welcome Dave. Hello. How are you doing?
Good to see you.
I think in the UN, all of you greet like this. Okay, that's fine. So I'm hoping that our stage-hands are going to set up for the panel now. Meanwhile, let's have a chat.
Yeah.
What was your takeaway so far?
Well, I think we've heard a lot, both this morning, a message of hope and a realistic assessment of where we are, right? So we know that we're not on track to meet the Paris Agreement goals, and that a lot of work is going to be done. But at the same time, a lot of work is ongoing, right? We have made significant strides. So the next panel is going to basically take stock. Where are we? Where do we need to go? And how do we get there? And part of that is going to be looking at how we get there in an equitable way. One thing this panel is going to focus on is all of the really huge implications for people, for society, for the world of this energy transition, which is going to have a big impact on people. How do we make sure we reach our goals in a way that's fair and equitable to everyone?
That's brilliant, because it's just solution-orientated, and we're moving away from, dare I say, talking shop.
Yeah, we're trying.
We're doing more than trying. Now, who are the individuals who you have on the panel? Are you going to tell us now, or are you going to introduce them after?
I won't keep you in anticipation any longer as we get the chairs out here. Let me tell you about our panelists. You guys can come on over and take a seat. So with us to discuss these issues, we have Damalola Ogunbi, who's CEO for Sustainable Energy for All, and a special representative of the UN Secretary General for SDG 7. She's also co-chair of UN Energy. We also have Rafael Grossi. Come take a seat here. They couldn't wait to applaud for you. You're very popular in the hall. We have Rafael Grossi, who's Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. And we have Helen Watts, who's the Executive Director of Student Energy, which is a network of young climate leaders. And Helen is also on the Forbes 30 Under 30 list, I should point out. So welcome to all of you. I'm really excited to have this conversation because, like I was saying to Rita, we've heard about where we need to go, and it's a daunting challenge, right? We know that it's not going to be easy, and we also know that these changes that we're talking about are going to have big impacts on people. So how do we make these huge changes that are needed in a way that's fair for everybody? Let me start with an opening question for each of you with a little statistic to show that we can do it, that these things are achievable. So in 2022, the decarbonization of the power sector reached its lowest point, its lowest emission point intensity ever. And that's largely because of the big increase in renewable power and the growth in the wind and solar sector. So how can we sustain this decarbonization specifically in the power sector? And how is this a good example of what we can achieve when we really put our minds to it and when the market is working hand in hand with politicians? Damilola, I'll put that to you first.
Hi, and thank you so much for having me here. I'm going to flip that question around because I come from the sector where dealing with people who don't even have markets and energy in the first place. So from my point of view, I think we need to obviously use less in the developed world, but we do have to pay special attention to the developing world, especially the African continent. So we are living in a world now that easily there are about 600 million people who have no access to electricity at all, and about 2.3 billion who have no access to clean cooking. So as we talk about these issues, we can't talk about achieving our climate goals and keep people in energy poverty. So in my point of view, things we have to do is basically, we need to invest in the developing countries. We need to invest in, not even look at it as an energy transition, because there's nothing they're transitioning out of. We have to look at it as a venture for green growth from the start. So we're not coming back in 20 years' time telling anybody to transition. We also need to recognize that at least the African continent that I'm from are a series of countries. It's not just one continent. So we have to see what are the different type of pathways when we tell those countries to get to net zero. I'm really glad we have Kande here from Sierra Leone. They're looking at what is their green growth plan. How do they get to net zero, but how do they develop at the same time? The same things, we've done programs in Nigeria, in Ghana, and the figures are staggering. So in my country, Nigeria, for Nigeria to say they're in a position to get to net zero by 2060, it's going to cost $1.9 trillion, of which 410 billion of that is above business as usual spending. I'm trying to put this in context because we keep on talking about COPs and raising 100 billion for the whole world. And we can see one country needs this amount of money. It's really important that we really focus on the investment and the finance needed. I'm really happy that USG Duarte is here because she's the guru on this on the continent. Because if we don't, and we don't take a serious look at countries that are saying they want to get to net zero, but they understand they need to develop as well, these figures will be insignificant. So I think it's really great. We are seeing decarbonization, but it's not moving fast enough. It's not for the whole of the world. It's for a few countries that have all the money to decarbonize if they really want to. Our focus should really be on countries who do not have the resources, but want to do the right things and basically are the climate victims right now.
That's a really good point that for wealthy countries, we're talking about a transition, but for a large part of the world, we're actually talking about getting it right from the start, from development. Raphael, so when we're talking about power generation and decarbonization that's occurred there, obviously nuclear has a big role to play there. How does nuclear fit in with the decarbonization of the power sector and the energy changes more generally?
Well, first of all, great to be here. Thank you, DG Müller, for inviting us here. And what I like, and I think it goes to the heart of the question you are putting to us, is your emphasis, DG, on solutions here. I think it's very obvious when one looks at the reality of the world and what is happening in front of our eyes, that we need to do certain things or stop doing certain other things. And in spite of many things that are said, and I think we all agree on the fundamental diagnosis of the thing, the reality is that still fossil fuels is 80% and growing. It's not that it's stopping, it's not that it's slowing down. No, it's growing. So we need to have a dose of realism in what is really happening out there. Our perspective, of course, is nuclear energy. Nuclear energy, there are debates, there are narratives about it. What is the reality? The reality is that nuclear energy is one of the most efficient and important producers of clean energy today. Today, as we speak, we are here in Europe, half of the clean energy produced in this continent is nuclear energy today. Not a possibility, not something that could happen in the future. So what we are trying to do, our collaboration here is not to peddle nuclear energy per se, or for it, is to see how we can collaborate into what should be intelligent, integrated energy systems that point towards what you are saying, which is decarbonizing. There are countries that have decarbonized already today. You have France, you have Sweden, you have Ontario in Canada. How did they do it? Hydro and nuclear. Are we saying this is what everybody has to do? No. Of course, in energy, there is no such thing as one size fits all. That does not exist. What we say is that in many places in the world, nuclear energy is a great articulator. It's a baseline, solid, dispatchable, 24/7, 365, 65 days a year source of energy that can pair very well with renewable energies, can even enable them, because the intermittency of renewable energies is evident. They are good. We should have more of them, but we should have them in a way that allows for the electrification, for the needs that DG Müller and the very inspiring movie that we saw a few minutes ago are going to be demanding. So what's happening? What's happening is that this energy is growing, and there are new forms of it. DG Müller was referring to small modular reactors, for example, which are very interesting. I have a lot of interest. We see a lot of interest in developing countries. In Africa, for example, for small modular reactors. The reality is that with an SMR, as we call it in the jargon, you can power half of a middle-sized African country with clean energy. The road towards that requires a number of steps, requires a level playing field in terms of investment. And here we are familiar with very important debates that are taking place. In Europe, there was you had the debates about the taxonomy and things like this. But we see that overall there is a trend that is recognizing the enabling role of nuclear energy, as I said, in intelligent partnership with renewable energies, with hydro, with other forms of energy. So from the perspective, the small perspective, bureaucratic perspective, if you allow me, of the IEA, we are there to ensure that this happens in a safe way, in a secure way, and in a way that will not lead to nuclear weapons. So, and we are very happy to be here. We are going to be joining the family of energy efforts with Damilola and others, and of course, Gerd in Dubai. It was very inspiring to hear from the president of the COP in these efforts. But to go back to my initial point and DG Müller's initial point, solutions. What we need are solutions, plans and very imaginative vistas of what could be yes, very nice, but we have a very serious problem. And we do have some very interesting tools that are being used right now, and that should be, of course, enabled. Ideology doesn't help. What helps is practical solutions to get to this decarbonized future. That is not an impossibility, but there are many things that we need to do right to get there.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, these legacy nuclear power solutions are controversial at the EU level. You referenced the taxonomy, controversial particularly for the country we're in, for other countries as well. Maybe we could come back to that in a bit.
Yeah.
Helen, let me turn to you next. So we know that young people are going to be the most affected by climate change. The younger a person is, the more affected they're going to be by it, right? How can young people take part in this transition? And particularly when we're thinking about the examples of success that we've seen so far, such as decarbonization of power generation, what's the role for young people to get involved there?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Thank you, Dave. And I want to kind of come back to what we're more often seeing in these kinds of spaces and at COP are these commitments from governments right now for energy transition plans or just energy transition plans that are working to kind of build out this trajectory 10 plus years down the line. Likewise with climate commitments, we often see decarbonization or net zero goals extending to 2030, more often 2040, 2050. And so I want to pause there and then look at the demographics of youth around the world. We have about 1.8 billion young people around the world, so just about a quarter of our global population. 90% of them are living in the global south. And I think if you look inside of some of these spaces where these energy transition plans are being crafted and designed, or these climate commitments are getting mapped out and set, you won't see that proportion of 25% of young people in those spaces. And so for me, this question about how do we sustain progress on decarbonization really comes down to how we're getting this young generation involved. And critically, I think the 18 to 30-year-old range is so important for us to be engaging with right now. I think I've just come from 3 days of the Youth Solution Days, which was a fantastic initiative co-hosted by UNIDO and Sustainable Energy for All, which really platformed young people and brought together the community. And then I know young people are going to be platformed throughout this event. That's really critical because I actually hear from my youth community that more often than not, the only spaces where they can actually meet their own governments as it is in spaces like international conferences or COP. And so how we leverage spaces like this is absolutely critically important, but I do worry that sometimes we get kind of stalled at that point. And then outside of the event space, there isn't enough actually being done to ensure that when we go back home, we're continuing to embed and meaningfully include young people in these spaces. And I say meaningfully include young people because I do see still too often where kind of young people, I would say in particular kind of at spaces like COP or kind of other spaces are kind of brought on as an inspirational kind of note to share with an audience at the end of an event or an end of a session. Too often the same young people as well. And it's really, I think, disempowering for young people to not feel like, especially if you're not one of those people, to really feel like there isn't that clear pathway for how you can be part of designing solutions in a way where you have agency, where you're valued as young people. So for Student Energy, for my organization, we've been working for 15 years, and we've gathered extensive data and evidence on where the needs really exist from the perspective of young people, but also the perspective of industry and governments. And we've kind of built out our strategies to really line up with where we see the biggest gaps right now and where we're set up as a global NGO to really best kind of serve our key intervention point. One of them being around project-based learning. So we need young people to actually have opportunities through training, resources, mentorship to develop projects while they're still young with support systems to really give them that confidence and that skill set to take on projects. And I use the term projects. I know it's quite vague, and that's intentionally so. We need to support young people taking a variety and a diversity of different projects while they're still young, recognizing that young people are going to be best suited to, or where it's going to be most accessible to deliver certain types of projects. We really try and make sure that those projects are best fit, kind of most impactful in the context that they're in. So in a high emitting context, for example, That might look like an energy conservation or energy efficiency related project, or really pushing their governments on climate legislation. In contexts where energy access is still the greatest priority, this might look like supporting young people to take on a distributed renewable energy project or a household or micro scale grid system. And so that's really important, because you give young people those tools, they develop critical skill sets, they really deeply engage with their communities to understand what the problems are and what the opportunities are. The other piece to this is workforce development. I think if we're getting serious about talking about sustaining work on decarbonization in an inclusive and equitable way, while also closing the massive gap that still exists on energy access, and not just energy access, but reliable, affordable energy access at a level that is ensuring a dignified life, we need to be supporting young people to move into decent work, as it's defined by the UN, where they can work on these issues in a well-supported way that also contributes to their own livelihood development and ultimately allows them to contribute back to their communities. So that workforce development piece is another key strategy that we take. Yeah, I'll maybe pause there, because I know more discussion to come.
Yeah, so on that very topic of making sure that development goals are going hand in hand with sustainable energy goals, Damalola, so before you were with Sustainable Energy for All, you were the first female managing director of the Nigerian Rural Electrification Agency, where you initiated the Nigerian Electrification Project, which was a pretty big deal. So you have on-the-ground, hands-on experience with these types of issues. So tell me, how can we ensure that countries that have a low level of energy access, that we're really prioritizing that, but at the same time, we're aligning the decarbonization goals with the development goals?
Okay, great question. First, I think you have to understand that in a lot of the countries that energy access is a problem, energy development and climate are one of the same thing. It's the rest of the world that tries to decouple it. You know, there are development projects, especially when we were doing in Nigeria, giving access to clean energy to people was the same thing as development. And that brings me to the issue that I think we keep on looking at 2050 and not realizing that if we don't achieve our 2030 goals and we still leave, and I think the statistics is maybe 1 billion people won't have access to energy, that we think we're going to achieve our 2050 goals. So the 2030 goals are very, very critical. And as Sustainable Energy for All, we work with governments on what does your integrated energy plan look like. So I use Sierra Leone a lot because I keep on saying Kande, but where are the people who don't have access to electricity? What is the best way to provide them access? Where are the productive use spots, you know? And this is access to live a productive life, you know. I think that's what Helen was saying, not a minimum level of access. You know, for too long, we've infiltrated a lot of vulnerable countries with solar lanterns and clapped and said you've left people with a dignified life. That is not a dignified life. That could be a solution for lighting, but it's not electrification. You have to have a minimum level of electrification, and we've been pushing strongly that that figure has to be about 1,000 kilowatt hours a year. Let me put that in perspective. Right here in Austria, it's about 5,000. America is about 13,000. So we're asking for 12,000 less than America. And you know, it baffles me when people are still in this kind of, you know, archaic, kind of backwards tier system of, because I have nothing, then I must have the absolute minimum of a couple of light bulbs, and then, you know, I've done something. I think fundamentally we need to shift, because, you know, I use the statistics, and I mentioned it at the youth summit that Helen was talking about yesterday. The average African in sub-Saharan Africa is in energy poverty, right? If you take away South Africa, the installed capacity is about 440 kilowatt. It's nothing, right? So being born Black African like I was, I'm 20 times at a disadvantage than any other human being in the world. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about energy transition that is just and it's equitable and it's dignified. We're not talking about because I have nothing, I have minimum levels. And I think that's really, really important. And back to my background in Nigeria, when we negotiated the Nigerian electrification project, we thought by 2023 we would have, and Kevin Kariuki's here from AFDB, maybe 25 of these programs. We still have one. and we say it's a crisis. And the one we're talking about is $550 million. It's not a lot of money. There's not enough money going into energy access. Energy access, unfortunately, is not seen as a climate mitigation issue, which it should be. So for me, it's all about the money and the financing. It's been too long that the money's there somewhere, and we're not channeling through. Where's the money? Because I can tell you who needs the money. I can tell you the governments who already have the plans. I can show you the bankable projects as you put into it. But I think what we have to really look at ourselves, and this forum is meant to be solutions driven, is where are the people in this conversation? It's people and planet. And if you think about the most vulnerable people, you will get the resources to them. But it's all about finance, I guess, at the end of the day, and getting finance to be able to do these projects. Thanks.
So, Raphael, I alluded earlier to that nuclear is a controversial subject in the EU, particularly whether or not new projects, these small nuclear reactors, for instance, should be incentivized. That debate is not limited to Europe. It's also taking place in Africa. It's taking place in the Americas, taking place in Asia.
Yes.
How do you see the challenges and opportunities for integrating nuclear power with all of this new renewable power coming into the system? And how should policymakers frame that so that the two things are working together in the best way?
Well, the first thing that we are seeing is that there is, in general, a return, what I call, some in the industry talk about like a nuclear renaissance. I don't like that term. I think there is a return to realism. What do we have? The cheapest way to continue producing clean energy is to extend the lifetime of existing nuclear power plants, for example. It's very cheap. They are there. The investment has taken place already. So you have them, and this is what is happening in, again, to refer to Europe, since we are in Europe, there are more than 100 nuclear power plants in Europe. Most of them are being extended because policymakers are realizing that this is giving them a solution. And many countries are increasing the existing capacity. Look at France, look at the whole of Eastern Europe, Czechia, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, even Poland, which was the only country that did not have nuclear energy. Now they are having very ambitious programs in that regard. In the Global South, I just come from India. They have 23 nuclear power plants. They are building 8 more and planning 10 more. Not about China. China, 50-something, building 22, planning 10 more. India. And these are the places where you have the problem. When you look at the big, and again, Gerd was referring to the statistics. Where is the problem? And what is being done about it? And we're talking about a fraction, because when it comes to China, they have simply 5% of nuclear energy, and they want to get to 10 or 15. But there are many other countries. Turkey, the ambassador is there. Egypt. We are going to Dubai, aren't we? Who would have thought that in a place like the United Arab Emirates, you would need nuclear energy? And they have 4 nuclear power plants producing 25% of the energy that the country is producing. So it's a global phenomenon. So what we are trying to help, and in particular countries in developing countries, what we are trying to do is to go for the best mix possible. The IEA does something, including for the International Renewable Energy Organization. We do the modeling, the planning, which may or may not include nuclear energy, by the way, because we are not a lobby. So we do the planning, we do the modeling, integrating in the best possible way, as I was saying, a nuclear component, which may be higher or lower, depending on the infrastructure that you have, etc. And in this, the IEA provides the training and other solutions. So what we are seeing is a very big phenomenon that includes small reactors and even micro reactors. You know that the cloud, we all know the cloud, for example. You know that the cloud consumes more energy than Japan? The cloud consumes more energy than Japan, all right? So many companies, including Microsoft and others, are looking into introducing microreactors and small modular reactors just to power their data centers in a very fast way. So I think the challenge put in the way you put your question is one of integrating in an intelligent way, providing training for the new generations, providing the conditions that are going to facilitate this.
Helen, coming back to the issue of fair distribution of the energy transition and its effects, how does student energy approach this subject of the social and economic impacts of the energy transition? And how do you envision the best way to make sure you have an inclusive and just transition as well as an environmentally effective transition?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it comes back to what Damilola just said about, where are the people? Making sure that as these plans are being designed, as these policies are being developed, you have the people who are going to be directly impacted by these policies, who are the most vulnerable, but also have huge amounts to offer, and bringing them into the design process as early on as possible. So that's something that we advocate for. I would say in terms of student energy's approach, I mentioned workforce development, I mentioned project-based learning. Those are kind of methods that we use. But something that I do hold kind of quite dear in our approach as an organization as well is that we're actually purely a demand-driven organization. And what I mean by that is we don't actually go out and recruit young people to join student energy's programs. We have about 8 different programs through our ecosystem. They're all targeted at kind of different stages that a young person might be at when it comes to engaging on energy and climate issues. Young people come to us, and so what is really magical about that is it becomes this kind of proof point of the peer-to-peer engagement model that is so important to actually mobilizing solutions at scale for the climate and energy challenge, is we need young people to feel like they have platforms where they're supported and valued and recognized, platforms that are ideally also offering pathways for them to have real agency in designing plans and projects. And what that really does is young people talk to other young people, talk to their community members, talk to their families, and get them involved in this conversation as well. And that's where you really start to see kind of the power dynamic shift, where young people and their communities that they're actively building with this kind of newfound or kind of revitalized confidence to feel like they can really take action in a meaningful way. They become this kind of critical mass of advocates for energy transitions and for just and inclusive energy transitions. We've seen through our own research, we led and developed the first Global Youth Energy Outlook that was launched in full just last year, and it surveyed 42,000 young people from 129 countries around the world. And what we saw resoundingly is that young people hold dear these values around gender equity, reduction of social inequities, energy sovereignty, energy dignity, just as important as a decarbonized energy transition. So as you're bringing more young people into these spaces of power, and you're also supporting them and engaging their communities, you're just in effect building these values into the way that society is engaging on these issues, and it just becomes normal. We don't need to have these conversations anymore about segmenting out the social impacts or the justice-based approach, because it just becomes part of how we plan, how we design, how we move forward. And it applies to energy transitions really profoundly, but it applies to every other type of transition that we're talking about in addressing the climate crisis as well. So that's our approach, is really valuing young people and ensuring that their values are very much represented in how we advocate and the types of projects that we support them to lead. And as we support them getting into the workplace, which is beyond student energy, but into kind of industry, private sector places, public policy places, community roles, they're bringing those values into all of these sectors, and it becomes this kind of fundamental generational value shift. So I would say that's our core approach.
Before we wrap up, I want to ask each of you about COP28. It's coming up in just 4 weeks. We heard from the minister earlier. Based on your experiences and what we just talked about, what would be your key recommendation to the leaders, the global community that's going to be gathered in Dubai in just a couple weeks? What is the key thing that you would want them to think about as they go through that COP summit? Damilola, we'll start with you.
That's a really easy question. I would want them to really consider bringing the developing world back into the conversation in a real sense. I think we spend a lot of time looking at emissions, and because some countries don't have the largest emission profiles, we push them along, but they could be at risk later on. So it's important that they're part of the conversation and the commitments that are made are actually actualized to actions. So I think this COP we want to see what are the actions from the commitments instead of more commitments.
So don't ignore the heavy emitters rather. Bring them in because they can be key activists.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Raphael, what about you?
Well, the first thing is this return to realism. You know, I started as DG in December 2019. It was very close to what was to be COP25, the one that should have taken place in Chile, and it ended up in Madrid. And I remember I started beginning of December, and I said, well, I will go to the COP. And many of my advisors said, no, don't go to the COP. People at the COPs, they don't like nuclear. It's not going to be nice for you. Well, I went, and you know, now we have a nuclear pavilion at the COPs. So times are changing, as the song said so wisely. I think we have an existential problem if we believe what is being said by the IPCC, if we believe what the statistics are telling us, and what we need to do is to go to the toolbox and take the tools that we have. Stop about ideological, strange, and false narratives. Look at the facts, use the solutions we have, and integrate them in an intelligent way. For the first time, and here I conclude, for the first time at the COP, the countries that are using nuclear energy are going to say it clearly. For us, it's important. We are facing a challenge, and this is part of our solution. And we are there to facilitate and to talk to others and to work with others.
It's interesting what you say about how much the COPs have changed. I've been going to them for 15 years.
Isn't it?
It's a totally different animal than it was.
Absolutely.
It's a much wider group of people, right? Everyone's involved. The table is bigger. Some people don't like that, but others say, actually, it's really good to get everyone involved. Helen, what about you? Every year at these COPs, we have young people there trying to make their voices heard. What do you think is the key message young people want the delegates to hear in Dubai?
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes back to one of my points just about really ensuring that you're not falling into the trap that I'm seeing more and more of engaging young people in this really surface level way. And I think COP is kind of a right place for that because there's just so many people there. Like you said, this COP will be double in size from last COP. And that's just even more of a window, and maybe this is me just sounding quite cynical, but even more of a window for young people to kind of get propped up as these, again, hopeful beacons or inspirational voices, or even like a direct call to action, because I think that's often asked from young people now too, and then kind of shuffled out of the room to make space for other folks. So that's my one of my calls to action is to really question and interrogate how you're engaging young people in the COP space in a really meaningful way. And with a lot of young people that I've even heard from in the last few days saying, kind of reaffirming that that's the only space where I actually see my own governments. This is the perfect platform coming up in less than a month for governments who are going to COP to take seriously meeting with young people in a real value-driven way where you're recognizing their contributions and taking seriously what they have to say and then following that up outside of the COP space as well. On a more personal level, I mean, something that I'm seeing quite a lot in the youth climate community more largely right now is this kind of resurgence around climate legislation. We've seen only about 17 countries, as of 2022 at least, who actually committed their net zero commitments into legislation, and without legislative accountability, I struggle to think of how we will actually get back on track. Again, I don't want to sound too cynical, but I really feel like that's a tool in the toolbox that is very much readily available, particularly for developed economies, to actually commit their climate commitments into legislation and build accountability into the way that we talk about climate. Yeah.
Well, that's all the time we have for this opening discussion. I want to thank the panelists for some really interesting insights. How about a round of applause for them?
Thank you very much.
And now I'm going to turn it back over to Rita, who is somewhere probably behind me. Here she comes. And we can step off this way.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful contributions. Before you go, Dave, now can you just tell us in a nutshell what a key takeaway was from this panel?
I mean, I think what we really heard is that there is a roadmap to making sure that the transition is fair and just to everyone. And I think we really heard some key points there from Damilola about making sure that even the small emitters are kept on board during the COP discussions, because you get all those small emitters together. They're big emitters, and then they are also big activists. They can make their voice heard. We've seen that actually happen at a lot of COPs in the past, where you have these smaller countries grouping together. It's happened before where they group together with the European Union, and they can achieve major things. So that's, I think, was a message of optimism for the upcoming COP28 in Dubai.
Yeah, you have to have that. And together we are forced to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Good.
Dave. See you later. So I believe we all deserve a break now. I would like you all to refresh yourselves, connect with people outside of your social circles. We'll be back here in a half an hour with an interesting talk. More about that after the break. See you soon.
So please welcome back your host, Rita Isiba.
Welcome back. Thank you very much. I hope you managed to refresh. And most importantly, I hope you managed to exchange your business cards or utilize your digital LinkedIn. You know, there's a saying, your network is your net worth. And we are here to collaborate and rub our minds to come up with better solutions or more solutions and turn these ideas into reality. I also want to say that I hope the morning session resonated with you. It certainly inspired me, and you can also look forward for the afternoon session, because we actually have academics, practical scientists, CEOs who are actively providing a solution towards the economic, I was going to say economic, but I mean environmental challenges that we face today. I would like to welcome our next speaker. And our next speaker, he is going to join us online, so I'm going to move slightly on the side. He is Professor for Sustainable Energy at the Imperial College of London, and he's also the head of the Intergovernmental Organization for Panel on Climate Change. Please welcome Jim Skee. Jim Skee, are you with us?
Oh, I'm with you, and I can hear you well. So thank you very much, Rita, for the introduction. And also thanks for the invite to talk at this very important conference. And it's my real regrets not to be there in person. You were promised a data-driven talk. So I am actually going to use slides based on recent IPCC reports to illustrate the points I'm going to make. Now, the title of the talk is Keeping 1.5 Degrees Within Reach. And I have to say, it's very tempting to add a question mark at the end of that. It is still possible, in principle, that warming could be limited to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century, though probably with a limited degree of temporary overshoot. But this can only take place with the immediate action that we've already heard about in the previous panel. Now, if you could move on to the first slide, please. So you can see why I'm making this statement. This slide illustrates scenarios assessed by IPCC in the last cycle, and it shows how greenhouse gas emissions needed to drop in order to limit warming to 1.5 or 2 degrees. A 43% reduction by 2030 for 1.5 degree scenarios, which is the blue band at the bottom, and 26% by 2030 for 2 degrees warming, the green band. But you will notice that these were all starting from a 2019 baseline. And since 2019, emissions have unfortunately moved along the top pink band, which represents the trends from policies implemented since 2020. And given the cumulative nature of carbon dioxide emissions, it is very evident that delay has reduced the likelihood of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees C. In the immediate action scenario, the one in the blue band, there was a likelihood of between a third and a half of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees throughout the 21st century. In other words, never exceeding 1.5. If emissions were to fall more slowly in line with the pledges that the governments have made, the nationally determined contributions represented by the purple band, which has a big corner in it, the emissions need to fall all the more quickly after 2030, and the likelihood of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees has fallen to between a tenth and a third. So delay unambiguously diminishes the chances of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. And 4 of the 11 years between 2019 and 2030 have already been largely unused in terms of climate action. Okay, so can we move on to the second slide, please, which looks a little bit further into the future. Next slide, please. So the left-hand panel explores the 1.5 degrees blue emission pathway from the previous slide. Carbon dioxide accumulates in the atmosphere and accounts for most of greenhouse gas emissions. So carbon dioxide, the purple band in the middle, reach net zero emissions around 2050 globally. And recall also that net zero is the balance between emissions in hard-to-abate sectors and removals of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. You cannot limit global warming without taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. And note further that carbon dioxide emissions go net negative after mid-century. There's no practical way of removing greenhouse gases other than carbon from the atmosphere, so they reach net zero much later, towards the 21st century, if at all. I'll just say I won't talk about the right-hand panel. It corresponds to the 2-degree scenarios, and basically the same things happen, but at a later point in the future. Now, another way of looking at this is through the idea of a carbon budget. And given that carbon dioxide accumulates in the atmosphere, there's a limited amount of carbon dioxide that we can emit for any given warming level. So the third slide, if we can move on, please, shows that at the start of 2020, the remaining carbon budgets, this is roughly in the middle of the slide, the remaining carbon budget to limit warming to 1.5 degrees was 500 gigatons of carbon dioxide. For 2 degrees, with a 2/3 likelihood, it was 1,350 gigatons. Now, simple arithmetic. Since annual carbon dioxide emissions were around 45 gigatons in 2019, though still rising, more than 1/3 of that carbon budget will have been used up by the end of this year. And if emissions continue as they are, the 1.5 degree budget will have almost been used up by 2030. Now, the final data-driven point that I want to make is that the timing of net zero is different in different sectors. So if we could move on to the 4th slide, please. And this refers to 1.5 degree scenarios that correspond to the blue band in the very first slide that I showed. Now, it looks at what the timing of net zero for land use, energy supply, the energy demand sectors, and non-carbon dioxide emissions. And the striking point is that the first sector to reach net zero is actually land use change, which comes around 2030, though I have to say with large uncertainty ranges. And this is largely linked to avoided deforestation and reforestation. Next comes energy supply, which is dominated by electricity generation in the early 2040s, still before global net zero. And the phasing out of fossil fuels and their replacement by renewables, and dare I say in Austria, nuclear in some countries, as came up in the last panel, underpins the transition to net zero. Projected emissions from existing fossil fuel infrastructure exceeds the carbon budget for 1.5 degrees. So some existing fossil fuel assets must remain unused if warming is to be limited to 1.5 degrees. The other striking statistic is that 80% of current oil reserves, 50% of current gas reserves, and 20% of current oil reserve would need to remain unburned even to limit warming to 2 degrees. From this slide, you can also note that in the energy demand sectors, which are transport, buildings, and industry, reductions in emissions need to be about 70% by 2050 in the middle of the range. And in fact, in these sectors, they don't generally reach net zero in the 21st century at all due to the absence of carbon removal techniques, though there is some possibility for doing that in the industrial sector. So to put it in a nutshell, it's still possible in principle that warming could be limited to 1.5 degrees, but with every passing year of inaction, the likelihood falls. if we carry on as we are, the carbon budget for 1.5-degree warming could be exhausted by 2030 or shortly thereafter. And what we can achieve in the energy sector is absolutely critical. And I'm sure it will come up at the conference, but IPCC identified so many possibilities for action in the near term. Renewable energy, avoided deforestation and reforestation, reducing methane emissions from fossil fuel infrastructure that could have a big impact in the short term. But without immediate and very ambitious climate action, it is almost certain that we will exceed 1.5 degrees warming, even if only temporarily. And just to say, that ambitious action in the energy sector is absolutely essential. Globally, we need energy supply to reach net zero emissions before 2050, not at 2050, with substantial reductions in energy demand. Now, I know we scientists can make these scenarios hard to interpret, but I hope the messages have become very clear. The time for action is now. Now, just a few words on the prospects for the IPCC 7th cycle, which is just starting. And it can be a very few number of words because we simply don't know what reports will be produced. Governments are going to make that decision at a meeting in January, which will take place in Istanbul. But they will be acting on the advice of the IPCC's scientific leadership, the Bureau, of which I'm part. And one of the key considerations is going to be the link to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and specifically the timing of the second global stocktake under the Paris Agreement. So I'm afraid in terms of the 7th cycle, it's going to be watch this space. But thank you very much for your attention. Once again, I regret not being with you. It looks like it was both fun and enlightening. And so I certainly wish you the best for the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Jimski. Your words are very much respected. You've been dealing with almost 50 years to the topic of global warming, I understand. And it shows that you're optimist, but at the same time, you're presenting us a dire situation that our carbon budget is depleting. So may I ask you, are you an optimist more or more pessimist in this regard?
I mean, I'm genetically an optimist, but I have to say we are living in fairly challenging times at the moment. And I do think I kind of summed it up there. Unless we act absolutely immediately and ambitiously, the question mark behind the title of the talk, keeping 1.5 degrees within reach, is a very real one. So I have to be optimistic, but also realistic at the same time. We face big challenges, and we could be running out of rope on that 1.5 degrees limit.
Thank you very much for taking the time to join us. Jimski, everyone. So, now for our next speaker. I find this one personally very interesting because I would have never, ever thought that I have the opportunity to speak to an astronaut. Quite often, I associate astronauts with America. But of course, in Europe, everything possible is also done that we're part of exploring space. But what's the connection between space and climate? We're going to hear this from our next speaker, material scientist and astronaut of the European Space Agency. Please put your hands together for Matthias Maurer. Welcome, Matthias. Where would you like to stand? You have a choice.
Well, I join you here on that side. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be here and have the chance to report about my personal view from space. It's a very unique vantage point, and I think, well, I hope I can inspire you to take more climate action, because definitely we need to take action.
Absolutely. I've actually prepared some questions as well. Let's just go through them. So the first one that I am curious about is that in the history of space travel, less than 700 people have been in the altitude of space. You're one of them. So what led you from Germany to the European Space Agency in Paris?
Well, I believe nowadays a lot of kids have this space dream. They want to fly, they want to see the world from the third dimension. In my case, it was a bit different because I come from a rural area and I thought like astronauts are Superman. And so for me, this dream, I didn't even dare to dream when I was a kid. And that's the first mistake. Usually you can only achieve a big dream if you dare to dream. And we all should dare to dream to save our planet and to achieve the 1.5 degrees temperature increase limit. So, but later on, I learned that ESA was looking for astronauts when I was already an adult. And nowadays, astronauts are scientists in space. We are engineers who work with the best technology. We work in international teams because only internationally we can achieve what we want to do. Mm-hmm. And obviously there's also the adventure related to riding a rocket to space. And that entire package made it very appealing to me to become an astronaut.
Thank you very much for revealing that private insight. So, you spent about 177 days on space travel. Can you share with us your perspectives from the world, climate from above? And can you see climate change from above?
I think we have a small video prepared for this one.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Good point to show this one.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Alrighty. So we see up there from space, I have a vantage point where I can see like roughly, well, we're flying at 400 kilometers altitude in 90 minutes once around planet Earth. Mm-hmm. So every day I have 16 times sunrise and sunset. And it's very emotional to see planet Earth with your own eyes. I mean, we all see the video, we all see photos, but once you see it with your own eyes, it touches your heart. Mm-hmm. And I've not seen a single person up there in space looking down who had not wet eyes, like a tear in your eyes when you see planet Earth for the very first time. When we're up there, we're ambassadors for humanity. Mm-hmm. We can work in a team and we can achieve stuff that no country, no single nation can achieve by its own. Mm. So we're the ambassadors of our planet Earth. And from the vantage point of being up there in space, we look down to planet Earth and we think like, this is also a spaceship, just a very big spaceship, but a perfect spaceship. And we astronauts, we know that we only can succeed if we work as one team. Mm-hmm. And for us, it's so obvious. Planet Earth can only achieve to master all the challenges if we also act as one team here on planet Earth. Yes. Up there from space, you don't see any borders. You look at Earth, the globes that are hanging here, and it makes me dream again. It's like, this is our home. It's the unique place in space. It's the only place where we can live. There's no plan B. And looking down, you want to protect this planet.
Thank you so much. That touches me, what you're telling me, because sometimes we just take it for granted, having our feet firmly on the ground. And I really appreciate you actually sharing that perspective from the climate above. What does the astronaut actually do in space? What is the day-to-day activity of an astronaut?
Yeah, when you see these pictures, you think like, it's a nice place to watch planet Earth, and that's what we're doing in our spare time. But we're actually working from 7:30 in the morning till 7:30 in the evening. It's science, science, science. I participated in roughly 150 different experiments. Most of them are related to material science, fluid physics, and also to human medicine. I myself, I'm a guinea pig. It's like a lot happened to my body in space much, much faster than what happens to a sick person here on the ground. For example, older persons very often have bone loss. So grandmother falls and the hip bone is broken. But very often it's the hip bone breaks and she falls. And this is called osteoporosis, and it happens also in space 30 times faster to us. And so we need to do action and we need to learn. And so we bring back the knowledge from space to the ground. And I would like to share one experiment which I did in space, which is also relevant for climate change. We all know that building industry has a massive impact on climate change. It produces so much CO2. The concrete production, cement production worldwide is a large factor. And one of my experiments was actually to mix concrete in space. Not because we were going to build a space station with concrete, but in space you can look at materials at a different vantage point. Because there's no gravity, you have no demixing. And concrete is a mixture of gravel, of sand, of water, of cement powder, and other stuff. Mixing it here on the ground, it demixes before it hardens. And that leads to an effect that we cannot simulate concrete in computers. But to optimize a material, you want to simulate it. And so I mixed concrete in space. I created pure samples that were up to 30% stronger even by accident. So imagine now we transferred this knowledge down to the ground. We could immediately transfer it to a 30% reduction in concrete and a 30% reduction of CO2. That's one of the ambitions that we have from the vantage point.
That is, there's so much to unpack there, what you just said. First and foremost, the health risk cost, and of course, the cost of your life as well, that you spend in space in order to help us here in Earth to find solutions to problems. That is itself amazing. And the second of all, I would love to see how the mass looked like when you mixed the concrete. What was it? Was it jelly? Did it harden? How did it end up?
Well, it looks a little bit like here on the ground, but you're right. A liquid in space, because there's no gravity, it always forms a bubble.
Yes.
And so when we release a drop of water, it forms a bubble. It's always a sphere. It's round. And in order to achieve the best scientific samples, we needed to house it in a package. And so it needed to be contained. Otherwise, there was the risk that the cement powder floats away and it floats in my eyes or in my lungs, and then I would get some damage out of it. So yeah, doing experiments in space, it's a bit more complicated than down here on the ground.
Yes, I can imagine. You have to think things from different perspectives, absolutely. But that's why you're a scientist, right? Well, and since we're talking about that you're a scientist, a materials scientist, you can determine how new materials can best serve and improve humanity, like the concrete that you just mixed. Other than that, what have been your findings so far?
Well, doing material research in space, we can do conditions or create conditions that we cannot create here on the ground. So we're developing new alloys that are lighter, but more resistant, stiffer. So a new car engine, a new plane engine. We always want to have a better material that allows us to be more energy efficient. And this is all part of the space research. But I think the most important part of space research comes not from the astronaut, it comes from the satellites. Because the entire fleet of satellites that we have up there, and Europe is one of the leading satellite providers for Earth observation. We have the Copernicus constellation. It delivers 80% of all the data that we need to understand climate change. And then we couldn't imagine anymore a day without space. For climate and energy distribution, you also need to have the GPS signal, like the navigation satellites, because they give you a timestamp, and this timestamp is important to regulate and control the energy grid, and also the logistics for all the railway systems. Everything depends on space. And so you see, using space data, you can improve the distribution of energy, the need of energy, and you can also improve like the forecasting. Where will you need energy, or where will you need more resources? For example, city planning uses satellite data, and they can forecast, okay, the city is going to grow in this direction. We need to have more infrastructure in this area. You can use satellite data also for farming. In some areas, using the satellite data, you can say like, okay, this area needs more moisture, otherwise my crop will die. So to optimize it. Space has a lot to offer. Outside we have some stands giving you already some products, but there's so much more, and everybody here who has not been involved or not looked into space applications, I would highly encourage you, because space can offer so much.
You've definitely encouraged me to look more deeper into this, because you've just highlighted so many activities and role plays that an astronaut delivers for us here on Earth. And, you know, why is space for our topic, climate from above, so relevant? What's the correlation between space and climate? You've kind of broken it down, but in a nutshell, what's the correlation?
Well, it's first of all the data. We get the data so we understand where we are with the climate change. And we get other data that can now be combined with artificial intelligence that help us to distribute the energy that we have more efficiently, and also to make better use of our resources that we have on planet Earth. But also we can use space to create a new source of energy, and that is our space-based solar power, our project Solaris.
Okay, now that is a new interesting finding, what you're revealing there. I'm hoping to hear more about that. Now, you brought along with you another film. Can we have a look at that?
The sun, the source of energy for life on Earth. Stored in fossil fuels, the sun's energy has powered modern civilization for over 200 years. But the use of fossil fuels has resulted in dangerous global warming and a changing climate, to the extent that the United Nations and the European Union have declared a climate emergency. Transitioning to clean energy is an urgent imperative, and Europe is committed to achieving net zero emissions by the year 2050. But this will be extremely difficult if we rely only on existing renewable and low-carbon energy solutions, as intermittency of supply, pressures on land use, scalability and toxic waste limit how quickly and effectively existing energy sources can be rolled out. The European Space Agency has been investigating a new solution that could overcome all these problems. Solar power delivered wirelessly from space to Earth. Europe has the technology lead in building and launching communication satellites. This deep know-how can be built upon to develop and scale up solar power satellites. Huge orbiting solar farms, built up of many similar parts that will be mass-produced, launched into space on low-cost, reusable launchers, and assembled together in orbit using advanced robotic techniques. Once completed, these satellites will collect the full power of the sun's energy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and beam it wirelessly down to Earth to receiver stations, which will turn it back into electricity and deliver it to the grid. Space-based solar power is thus a continuously available, inexhaustible, sustainable and scalable source of energy that could help Europe meet its climate and energy security goals. This is not science fiction. The fundamental technologies are understood and are already being demonstrated on Earth and in space today. However, there are still many engineering and policy challenges that would need to be overcome to make this ultimate energy source a reality as early as the next decade. Other nations are already working on realizing space-based solar power. If Europe also wants to benefit from this game-changing capability, accelerated investments in research and development would need to start now to determine if space-based solar power can indeed offer another source of affordable and abundant energy for our green future. And in doing so, launch a new European space energy industry that would provide enormous opportunities for innovation and economic growth in space and on Earth.
Indeed, that does seem to be an amazing proposal. But listen, Matthias, I'm not going to lie. Can you please break this down in layman's terms, what Solaris is about?
Yeah, it sounds pretty much science fiction. And 80 years ago, that was the very first time when people dreamt about this space-based solar power. It was pure science fiction. Nowadays, the technology is there. But we still need to look into more technological advances to make it affordable. Mm-hmm. So we have solar power in space. To create the solar power, you need solar cells. And in space, a solar cell needs to be lightweight, not like the heavy solar cells that we have on our roofs. And the lightweight cells, they're there, but they're still a little bit too expensive, so we need to come down with the costs. And then in space, we want to produce like the same amount of energy per solar farm as a nuclear power plant on the ground, so gigawatts. So that means like, imagine 2 square kilometers solar farm in space. Now you have the energy, and you need to transform it into a microwave. And the microwaves are beamed down to planet Earth. So also there, we still need to learn how to make the efficient conversion from the electrical energy into the microwave. It's beamed down to the ground, and there again, it needs to be reconverted into electrical energy, and that again also needs still some technological development. It is all feasible. Japan is working on it, China is working on it, the US is working on it, ESA has a project, and the advantage would be you have 24/7 always clean energy coming down from space. So let's imagine in the northern part of Europe, there's wind energy, but there might be a day when there's no wind. So you could tilt your beam and send the energy where it is needed. And then again, you have wind, and so like, okay, now I tilt my beam and I send the energy to a different country that needs it. So it has a lot of advantages. There's no need to store the energy. There's no toxic waste like in nuclear energy, but just needs to be done.
I can imagine that someone here in the audience could potentially collaborate with the ESA, European Space Agency. So hopefully you will still remain during the course of today with us here. Just to close it off, what's this issue about space debris?
Yeah, so we all talk about planet Earth and how to protect our climate, how to protect our seas, our air, our water. We also need to protect space, because space, it seems endless, but the valuable space around planet Earth is also limited. And right now we have around 10,000 active satellites. Wow. Half of these satellites are owned by SpaceX, by Elon Musk. And he's planning to set up 42,000 satellites. Other providers as well want to send up satellite constellations. So in the very near future, we will have 100,000 satellites, like 10 times more than now. And that all leads to the fact that we're all fighting or looking at the same orbits. And when a satellite runs out of steam, out of power, it just remains there. And then it is debris, it is waste, and it's garbage. It takes up valuable space. And then there's the risk that debris hits other debris. And then it creates thousands and thousands of pieces, shrapnel, that again can like destroy other satellites. And so space is getting more and more filled up with space debris. And if there's too much, and if we don't learn how to clean it, then we will lose access to space. We would lose access to all the valuable data for climate change. And so we all need to take care also about space, to keep space clean. That is so important. And also that every country in this world has access to space. That it's not limited to only a few of us.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspective, your ideas, for enlightening us in what everything is being done so far, and also the fact that, of course, space can also be polluted, which will be detrimental as well. Thank you so much for your time. Matthias Maurer, everyone. Thank you, Matthias. Now, I'm still amazed to learn what everything is being done so far in order for us to come towards, how did they say it earlier? Isn't it the Marshall Green Plan? Perhaps the ESA plays there a significant role. Now, for our next session, I would like to welcome Dave Keating back on the stage, my co-partner. Please put your hands together for him, because he surely knows how to lead an expert talk.
Yeah.
Solution talk. So who are we expecting? What's the talk about?
So next up, we're going to have some fast facts about energy and climate. We're really going to be delving into the science, the data, not just hearing about what the data is, but also why collecting the data is so important as part of the efforts to reduce emissions. So first, we're going to hear about Sustainable Development Goal 7. So I'd like to welcome here to the stage Roberta Boscolo, who is Climate and Energy Lead at the World Meteorological Organization, and Heather Adair Rohani, who is Acting Unit Head for Air Quality, Energy and Health at the World Health Organization. Welcome to both of you. Thanks for joining us. So right now we're going to be hearing from both the WMO and the WHO about insights into the intersection of climate, energy, and health. Some people think of them as being separate areas, but in fact they're really interrelated. And they're also going to be able to tell us the crucial role of data collection and analysis, and tell us how, in their view, policymakers can best make data-driven, impactful contributions to the global efforts at achieving a net zero future. So Roberta, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about what WMO has been doing on this.
Absolutely, and I think I need to operate some PowerPoint and these little things. Okay, so thank you, and I'm going very fast, but I wanted to understand, that you to understand how we really know that climate change is happening and what the WMO is doing for this. So I think, like, as an individual ourselves, how do we know that the climate is changing? And of course, the thing that comes to mind is extreme events. Extreme events that are, devastating and are causing a lot of cost in life and economics. So let's look at what happened, for example, last summer. We had heat waves, a lot of heat waves in Europe, especially in Spain, in Italy, and also in North Africa, but also in China and US. We had storms like this one, the storm Daniel, that devastated and flooded Libya, the north of Libya, and causing catastrophic and a lot of loss of lives. Before going to Libya, this storm also went to Greece and inundated the streets of Greece. We had extreme and very dramatic wildfire in Canada, something that it never happened before. Something like 17 million of hectares were just destroyed, causing people to evacuate from their houses. And also, if you remember these dramatic photos of New York with the orange sky, because of the smoke, actually arrived down also to US. Let's look at, it was really a dramatic and very warm and dramatic summer. Well, the data says yes. I mean, we had the hottest summer in our record, talking about just the average between June, July, August. We are, like the last bar here, half degree compared to the rest of the time series. And September especially was dramatically hot. You can see here in this slide. And October, I think, is also going to be the hottest October in our time series. And 2023 now is probably, with a high chance, going to be the hottest here on record, and so going to beyond the 2016, which was at the moment the hottest here on record. So, yes, actually, extreme events, droughts, wildfire, floodings, and cyclones are, intensifying and are getting more frequent and also more intense. And here is an example, for example, from US. And so, WMO collects all this data and are able to tell you what are actually the trends of what we call it climate indicators. WMO collects, and since the inception really of WMO, which is almost 150 years ago, we are collecting data globally with different technology covering the whole globe and also in the ocean and from the space and from satellite. We did that because we needed the data to initialize our forecast model, weather forecast model, but now we have this time series, and then we can see in some variables that are related to climate what is actually happening. And of course, first of all, is that global temperature, global average temperature, which we see that it is increasing, and the last 8 years were the eight warmest year on record. 2023 is for sure going to be also in that top, most likely. This heat, is, and this is not just heat in the air, that's as the temperature, that the figure that we see before, but it is also the heat that is in the ocean. The ocean are getting warmer. It's because ocean are actually absorbing heat from the atmosphere, and they're becoming warmer and warmer. And because of is a water body, as all the body, the volume of everybody that increase their temperature, they expand, so is also contributing to sea level rise as a body which is expanding, and the sea level rise is accelerating, as accelerated in the last 10 years. But not only the temperature is affecting the sea level rise, as I said, because the oceans are expanding, but the glaciers are melting. We have a time series of 30 years where the glaciers are losing mass every year more and more. And of course, we can see that with photos like this, and the glaciers in Switzerland, for example. These are few photos compared to 20 years ago and to now. I mean, we can see how this is dramatically in a retreat of glaciers and water that goes, of course, through the rivers to the ocean. And also we know that the poles, both Antarctic and Arctic, the sea ice are diminishing, the sea ice are retreating, and the volume are diminishing, and with even more dramatic in the North Pole than in the South Pole, but both of them now are decreasing their sea ice. So what is the cause of climate change? And it is another indicator that WMO collects, and we have a long time series of data. These three gases are the cause, of this increase of temperature. These are the concentrations in the atmosphere of carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. As you can see, these are increasing and has been increasing since 1990s. And these greenhouse gases spread in this very thin layer of atmosphere that we have and are making our planet imbalanced. And when I say imbalance, is that the rays of sun that arrives in the Earth, if they are not radiated out, and so the temperature it keeps stable, these greenhouse gases, what they do is they trap this heat, and this heat remains in our planet, which is well represented in this stage. And this heat is distributed, as I said, 91% in the oceans, is absorbed by the ocean, 5% in the land, 3% in the ice, which them melting. And the 1% is distributed, is kept, say, in the atmosphere. And this is what happened. The atmosphere is becoming also warmer. And just to let you know that it's 1 degree of heat, of temperature, more in the atmosphere makes that the atmosphere can keep more water vapor and more water, and so when it rains, it actually pours, like we see many examples of torrential rain in many cities and creating floodings. And so what is where are these greenhouse gases coming from? And this is really the link with energy, is by burning fossil fuel, but not only, but it is also the way that we build our economies. But energy especially is the sector that is the bigger emitter sector. And well, we already hear about this before with a presentation from Professor Skia. And so what is the future? We do know that there is, carbon dioxide especially is a gas which stays in the atmosphere longer, has a time of residence which is of thousands of years, compared to the methane and nitrous oxide that they decay after 10, 20 years. So carbon dioxide is, say, the most important, the most dangerous greenhouse gas. And we know that every ton of CO2 emitted, which goes in the atmosphere, the concentration will increase because it stays long time in the atmosphere, as I said, and this is making the temperature increases as, this is a very good relationship that the IPCC in their assessment report 6 define. And more tons of CO2 in the atmosphere, more degrees of temperatures, and of course, more extreme events and dramatic and devastating climate events that we are witnessing now. So I just finish my last slide with this because, as we said before, this is the time that we need to act. Our generation will define, our action will define the world of the future. And we have this responsibility to leave a better planet to the next generation than the one that inherited. So climate change is really a big challenge because not only it is global, climate don't see borders, but also is intergenerational. And our generation now, our action will define what will be the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Roberta. Really interesting what you were saying about the Earth's energy budget. It's an interesting way to think about it. Now, if you have questions for Roberta, hold on to them. I'm going to take questions from the audience for the presenters just at the end of the session. But next, we're going to move from the WMO to the WHO. So, Heather, tell us a bit about some of the health effects and the data there that you've been observing.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I am going to dive a little bit in to give you guys a quick lesson on epidemiology and biostatistics so you guys understand why is it that we at WHO are really concerned about health, climate change, energy, and ultimately the air pollution that we're breathing. So I saw fast figures, fast facts on energy, health, and climate, and I thought I need to throw some numbers at you. The first number I want to throw at you is 7 million. 7 million deaths a year are attributed to exposure to air pollution around the world. The country that we're sitting in here now has a population of around 9 million. So the majority of Austria could be considered kind of dying each year from exposure to air pollution. Now, this is just deaths. This doesn't account for all the disability associated with exposure to air pollution. Now, this air pollution causes lots of daily disability from diseases like heart disease, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, where people have labored breaths, stroke, who have disabilities after and often after don't lead to death, cancers, etc. So much of this air pollution that we breathe each and every day, where 99% of the world is exposed to unsafe levels of air pollution, is due mainly to energy use. And that's the inefficient use of energy. So there's a large, important health aspect of the energy consumption in this world. Now, this 7 million also doesn't account for those deaths that we just heard from the climate changes that we see around this world. So we could probably add another 250,000, 500,000 to those numbers as well. So it's very important that we are actually looking at how energy is really impacting the environment, which actually really impacts us as the individual and the communities and how we breathe and our development moving forward. Research is also showing a number of issues with air pollution from energy use associated with things like adverse pregnancy outcomes. So pregnant women breathing in smoke each and every day from inefficient cooking, for example, leads to short-term births, low birth weight, etc. And also, we are also seeing cognitive development as well. We're seeing in children that are breathing this, they don't have the learning capabilities that may have had for children that weren't exposed to these things. So there's a number of health impacts associated with air pollution caused by the inefficient energy use. So how do we know this? Where are we getting this 7 million number? Is it just WHO just do a quick calculation? No, there's a massive amount of science that comes out and to get this number to get to this number of 7 million. So we look at the environmental pathways, the main reason how we get to this. We need to look at first identifying the sources of emissions. So where are those sectors that are really polluting? Where is that inefficient energy use? Where is that opportunity to make change to protect health and protect the climate of the health of our planet and people? From there, we actually also look at the concentration. So we can find out what are those sectors that are really causing the most concentrations in the environment. And so that way we know who to be working with, what sectors we need to be working with as the health sector to really protect the health from air pollution and really tackle the energy use to make sure it benefits health. Then we actually look at the exposure. Where are these people living? Where to make sure that we're putting our interventions in a place that people can actually benefit from that. For example, we really need to focus, as I mentioned, we had the discussion earlier, it was mentioned clean cooking. This is an important place, the household, where we can actually make a really important difference to reduce exposure based surely on just improving the energy use in the home. Then we go into the idea of quantification of actually how much one breathes this in. So we have various devices that they breathe in and out. And we see that often people are breathing, like I said, 99% of the world are breathing unhealthy air. But some people are just breathing a little bit unhealthy air. But in some of these homes, and particularly in low and middle income countries, where we have inefficient transport, we have massive inefficient vehicles with diesel coming out, we have massive amounts of people not using inefficient cooking. They don't have access to clean cooking, heating systems, et cetera. Or communities, low income communities, are housed next to power plants and other industry which are highly polluting. This is where we really look at what that exposure is. And so we can concentrate on those populations that are most exposed. So we then understand how much they're breathing in by various metrics. And this actually helps us define what are these health effects. So we have a number of studies, epidemiological studies, where we sit and look at various populations exposed to where energy is not being used very well and efficiently, where there's high levels of air pollution, and compare it to those people that are not exposed to this. And that's how we understand what actually is the health impacts. And where we see this increased risk for diseases, as mentioned before, like non-communicable diseases, for example, stroke, heart disease, as well as things like cancers we have various cancers, tuberculosis, adverse pregnancy outcomes, diabetes, mental health. The health effects are extensive. So there's a huge opportunity by really cleaning up the energy use that we have, transitioning to clean renewable energy and sustainable renewable energy for really protecting the health of the people. So let's take a bit of a deeper dive. And this is where WHO has, as a SDG 7 custodial agency, has really seen an important advantage of really communicating and working with other sectors, and particularly the energy sector, to protect health. And let's look at some of the figures. 2.3 billion, WHO produces an annual estimate every year of those people lacking access to clean cooking. And currently, from 2021, the estimate was 2.3 billion people lack access. And this led to 3.2 million deaths per year annually. And these are people, again, that have so many other challenges in life, and they are having to face the health toll associated with exposure to high levels of household air pollution. So this speaks to the health community, and we can bring the health argument in there. Then you have another argument. $2.4 trillion is lost due to the impact of health, gender, and the global climate associated with the lack of clean cooking in the home. Women and children, this is another angle where we can really communicate with those working on gender to say, look, almost about 8% of all the deaths in women and children in low and middle income countries could be avoided if we really ensured clean cooking in the home. That's all deaths. That's not just deaths associated with air pollution exposure, this is all deaths. 8% is a big number. We have the climate folks. We have 25 to 50% of black carbon emissions are associated with inefficient energy use in the home from household fuel combustion. So again, an important opportunity to actually help mitigate the near-term climate effects that we're seeing each and every day at the moment with black carbon as a short-lived climate pollutant. Then we also have this idea of just welfare and this dignity, where we have people who are losing time. Typically, women and children are losing on average 2 to 8 hours per week due to fuel collection, laboring over inefficient stoves and fuel preparation and cooking. So there's this huge opportunity that we actually have through a clean energy transition to improve the health and well-being of the people and the planet. And WHO really finds that numbers are really key and figures are important to really drive this discussion and make sure that the health is an important consideration and to push maybe the energy transition for a health argument, but also to push the health sector to be more engaged in the energy world. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Heather. So some super interesting stuff in there as well. Let me check with the audience quick. Do any of you out in the audience have a question for either of our speakers? If you do, you can just make your way to these microphones here in the center aisle. Any questions? Yes, we've got one here. And then we have another one. Great.
And then another one over there.
Perfect. OK, go ahead. And if you could just say your name and where you're from as well.
Hi, my name's Grace Young. I'm from Canada, and I'm here with Student Energy, a global youth energy organization. Thank you both so much for those really insightful presentations. And my question is for both of you. In a rapidly changing climate where year on year we're seeing tragic records being set, I'm sure it's incredibly challenging to keep up with the data and the reporting. So what kind of stakeholders would you both call on to ensure that reports like this and this data and these findings are reaching beyond these spaces and reaching the public so that this critical knowledge is being absorbed and heard before it changes even further in the next year?
Yeah, really good question. Roberta, how do you make sure that the data is getting to the right people?
Yeah, and thank you very much. I think we are really trying to produce this, for example, State of Climate annually, which complements the IPCC, because the IPCC is a cycle that goes for 7 years. And so we are trying to use this, provide information on these climate indicators every year and see how they do. And we, of course, participated to COP28, and I'm here, to show you what we do and what we, are discovering, because we want to raise the awareness. On the other hand, WMO is an organization which is very technical, and they keep saying that probably we shouldn't do policy, but just provide information for policy development, policy and decision makers. But I do think that we also need to close this gap between data science, stakeholders, and policy, and try to come together, at the same table. I think we do something like with the COP, it is possible, and with these reports. But I think we actually need to do much more about that. We need to, especially institution like our institution that is scientific and technical. We need to maybe translate better our this physics with complexity, because climate change is a very complex problem. But we have to do better job in translate it in a more simple way and to be able to communicate better with the stakeholder.
Yeah, Heather, I imagine it's the same conundrum for the WHO. How do you make this science and the data understandable for people?
Yes, well, first we try to really make it available. We have a number of the databases actually online where we're trying to actually allow people to see and access that data and see and visualize, put it on graphs, et cetera. We actually have a communications campaign, for example, to really communicate, because if you really want change, this is a collective problem that needs collective action. So we need all stakeholders involved. So indeed, we're trying to translate our messages via our Breathe Life campaign, for example, that's done with the Climate and Clean Air Coalition and some other UN organizations, where we're trying to use social media and other aspects. And then we also have our technical policy briefs. I mean, it's kind of odd in some ways for some people to think WHO is here but as a health organization, but we are trying to reach out to those communities and those stakeholders and policymakers that really can make the change to affect the health of the people. And our final big audience that we've been working in our communication channels would be the health sector. We currently have a health sector training specifically around air pollution, where we're actually trying to train clinicians, nurses, midwives, community health workers, so they can actually speak to their patients and actually advocate within their own communities for the importance of clean energy and clean air and to improve the health of the people and climate.
So we have a second question over here.
Hello, and thank you for such a wonderful presentation. I have a quick question. My name is Tierney McHugh. I worked with UNFPA, and now I'm at the University of Vienna. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. How can we improve the structures to obtain local data on household energy use in rural communities? And how can we provide this to policymakers?
So who wants to take that? Maybe
I can try. I think certainly digitalization, with the digitalization, improving, there will be the possibility to collect more data. We really, feel like that digitalization, together with electrification and renewable energy, is really part of the solution of the climate change. And it's very important to understand, as you say, how the households work, and also they actually, I think, for the point of view of energy efficiency, would really benefit from having more access to data, also to more granular data, more localized data. And of course, this is something that perhaps with technology will help us to do a better job in doing this.
Heather?
Yes, well, we have our databases, and for example, we've been working on a survey harmonization process. For example, we use national household surveys to gather data on household fuels and technologies. And we've been working with them for a number of years in the various agencies to enhance the data collection so that we get not only primary fuel and technology use, but as well as heating and lighting data, supplementary fuels and technology use, so we can better quantify those emissions and those exposures as well as those impact on climate. In addition, we also started working, as she mentioned, digitalization. We are working with the University of Liverpool to really try to enhance community health workers as acquisitions of data. The Ministry of Health Kenya is trying to integrate this into the actually community health worker program so that we can get more granular data at a community level for household energy use, and so that we can better quantify the health impacts. And this also, one other final aspect about this, it helps behavior change is a really critical part to ensure household energy transition to a clean fuels and technology. And so this actually allows us to gather more information about what are those behaviors or those social aspects that will help us drive and better reach the audience for them to understand. Is it affordability? Is it accessibility, et cetera, so that we can ensure that we can really make a more full transition that meets the needs of the people.
Thank you both.
Any more questions from the audience? So I have one last question for you guys before we wrap up, and that is just from all the data that we've just heard, what would you say is the key trend or development that you would think is most important for policymakers to be paying attention to right now? Roberta?
Yeah, I think I'm not saying anything new because, but definitely I think renewable energy is very important, and we stress it in every single session. It is you know, the key element, and also the technology is there. We said so. I think we need to, as the president of COP said, put some target on that and help. From the point of view of WMO, we understand that the renewable energy is an energy which is really much more dependent on weather and climate, and so we really hope that with our data, the WMO data, improving, of course, the accessibility, but improving also these tools, we're very happy to, we'll try to support this trend, and you know, with data that would help you know, projects like to identify places where wind and solar are more abundant, and also to try to make all these projects more resilient as well.
Heather?
I would say accelerate. Accelerate the transition that we see around us. We need to be pushing quicker. We need to get households, we need to get communities to be transitioning to clean and renewable energy. And we also need to be connecting. We need to be connecting, having all various sectors playing an important role in this world in terms of getting to this clean energy transition for the health of the people and climate. We're never going to do it alone. We need to stop working in our silos, and we all need to accelerate our efforts.
Well, thank you so much for walking through the data to both of you, both the health data and the weather data. I'd like a round of applause for our panelists. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next we're going to move on to our next rapid set of data. So I would like to bring out to the stage Lara Hirschhausen, who is head of International Climate Finance Innovation Program at the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero in the UK. Lara is a senior advisor in the Development for Energy Security and Net Zero, where she currently oversees a portfolio of climate finance innovation programs. She's worked in international climate finance, strategy, and diplomacy for several years, including on ODA program delivery in London, Mexico, and Panama, and also for the International Hydrogen Strategy and Engagement. Lara is going to introduce the Breakthrough Agenda that was launched by a coalition of 45 world leaders at the World Leaders Summit during COP26 in Glasgow. It's proven really important. I personally am very excited to hear more about it because it's really looking at the applications. How do we get these big high-level goals that we've set at these international summits like the one in Glasgow? How do we actually get that implemented in the ground? So Lara, tell us a little bit more about the Breakthrough Agenda.
Thanks, Dave, and hello, everybody. I'm very excited to be here. And firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers and UNIDO for inviting me here today to speak on behalf of the Breakthrough Agenda. Now, if we are reflecting on global developments over the last years, I think it is obvious that the transition to clean technologies is indeed accelerating across many sectors. But there's also evidence that we still need to do a lot more, and we need to move faster if we want to meet our climate goals and secure the future of our planet. And for this, targeted international collaboration is key. The faith in multilateral processes has been eroded over the last years. I think we're all aware of how we're finding ourselves in a more complex geopolitical context, one that is fractured, it's difficult to navigate. But we also know that the climate can't afford to wait for us. So the current climate crisis really shows how we need to cooperate internationally now more than ever. And if we do that, we can innovate faster, we can reduce costs, and we can scale new markets, which ultimately ensure that we can make available those technologies that we need to meet our Paris goals on a global scale. And this is why the Breakthrough Agenda exists. So it was launched at COP26, supported by 48 countries, representing 80% of the global GDP. and it aims to make those clean technologies and sustainable solutions to be the cheapest and the most viable and readily accessible options globally by 2030. But before I continue, just to quickly explain what the Breakthrough Agenda is and what it isn't, there should be a slide up here. I don't know if anyone can bring it up. If not, maybe they will, but that, in theory, we have a slide which explains the process. But what I just quickly want to highlight is that the Breakthrough Agenda isn't another initiative, but it is a global process, one that is looking to identify what needs to happen in the most emitting sectors and how, looking at international collaboration and bringing together all the different initiatives to work jointly. It is underpinned by expert analysis by the International Energy Agency, IRENA, and the United Nations High-Level Climate Action Champions, and it runs on an annual process through the Breakthrough Agenda reports, which are outlining the priority actions and recommendations that we need to take. And the authors of this report have warned us that there is a serious gap in international collaboration, which actually threatens to delay net zero by decades. So therefore, the Breakthrough Agenda process is designed to do three things. Firstly, to facilitate coordination between international initiatives so that we know who is doing what, that we can avoid duplication, and that we can really focus on the sort of mobilizing our efforts into the processes that are already in existence. And then secondly, building on that, we're looking to identify what are the most urgent international actions that we need to take, that we need to come together as countries and different stakeholders to deliver them through the leading initiatives. And then lastly, we're partnering with COP presidencies and other stakeholders over the year so we can ensure strong alignment with the different agendas to make sure that we can deliver on these actions jointly. And just to mention a couple of examples where tangible progress has been made over the last couple of years. So if we're looking at renewables or electric vehicles, we can see how they're scaling exponentially. We have actually doubled the rate of solar and wind deployment every 4 years. We have doubled the sale of electric vehicles roughly every 1.2 years. We are seeing costs of battery falling by around 16% annually, and it is now actually cheaper to own an electric vehicle in Europe and China than it is to own a fossil-fueled car. So if we are able to continue on this trajectory, we are actually in striking distance of meeting our 2030 net zero scenario in these sectors. However, we still need to do a lot more in many other areas. So, as always, more investment is needed. And just to mention a couple of examples, on hydrogen, more needs to be done to create the right demand signals. In steel, we need to move from pledges and commitments to actual policies and contracts. And in agriculture, we need to come together to agree standards for natural resource management globally. At COP28 in Dubai, we're going to come together again to see how the Breakthrough Agenda has supported implementation of the emission reduction in high-emitting sectors. And we're also going to launch a new set of priority actions as an update from the previous agenda to make sure that we can really ratchet up ambition and move to really set our minds on delivery into 2024 and beyond. And this will be a global effort, so really synthesizing the effort and work undertaken by many of the initiatives, both from the private and the public sector. And I just want to mention here that we are really excited to have a partnership agreement with the COP28 president at UAE, so we can work together closely to align the COP28 climate, the priority actions with the Breakthrough Agenda. This also builds on other recent successes, such as our partnership with the Clean Energy Ministerial and the Mission Innovation, which was agreed in Goa earlier this year. And we are looking forward to expanding the breakthroughs as well by launching 2 new breakthroughs, one on cement, which will be co-led by Canada and the UAE, and one on buildings, co-led by France and Morocco. So to conclude, I think the Breakthrough Agenda report has dealt us a strong call for action. But it has also given us a way forward. So if we can come together collectively and agree on the priority actions, we have the opportunity to really drive forward tangible emission reduction and bring the world back on track for 1.5 degrees. Thank you.
Thanks, Lara. Yeah, you can come on over here to the table. So really interesting to hear what the Breakthrough Agenda has been up to since Glasgow. I want to check with the audience. Does anyone have any questions for Lara in the audience? I'm going to give this a quick scan here. No, okay. So Lara, I had a couple questions for you. So you mentioned the genesis of the Breakthrough Agenda, right? And so there were certainly initial objectives set in Glasgow. How would you assess the agenda track record in meeting those initial objectives set at COP26?
So I think if we're kind of just reflecting on where we are, what we can definitely see that the sectoral process in itself is is really embedded now, I think, in international cooperation on climate. So I remember back when I was in the team that was planning the COP26 presidency, and this was something very new, and we felt it was a strong gap. And I feel, in a way, looking at the sectors connected to the Paris Agreement has become the norm. We are, under the Breakthrough Agenda, having an annual cycle. So we are publishing the reports every year, which actually allows us to assess the actions and where we are. And the latest assessment from the IEA, I mean, to be completely honest, has handed us a bit of a mixed card. So I think we've seen really good progress in certain sectors. So just to mention hydrogen as an example, we've seen really good work on greenhouse gas emission standards, on certification, but then there are other areas where we also have realized we need to do more. So, I mean, I mentioned steel, I mentioned agriculture, and that's why we're actually updating the actions now at COP28, and this is actually part of the global stocktake, so that we can really focus on these areas to hopefully ratchet up ambition and deliver where we need to deliver more.
So that's looking in the past, back. Let's look forward now. So you mentioned some of the things that you want to achieve at COP28. So looking COP28, COP29, COP30, looking ahead, what are the deliverables there that are really essential? And what are the upcoming priority sectors or priority action that you're really looking forward to?
Oh, yes. So, I mean, I think I mentioned that we are partnering with the current COP presidency, so UAE. And I think this was a really, really good experience for us, and also really showed us how important it is to align efforts with the COP presidencies. So one of our priorities is to continue this work and obviously continue working with future presidencies. Then in terms of actions, so as I think I briefly mentioned, we have 30 priority actions, which are part of the response to the global stocktake. So we are launching those at COP28. We are engaging with countries also to discuss them in advance so that we have consensus and agreement and we can hopefully really move into delivery. And then in addition, in terms of what the priority sectors are, so we are also expanding the breakthroughs. So we are having one new breakthrough on cement, and we're having, that's co-led by Canada and the UAE, and one on buildings. And this is part of our kind of current, constant assessment and really looking to use this model that we've seen as quite a success in all the relevant sectors that we need to, where we need to decarbonize.
Yes, it's really about spreading the word and expanding the involvement at this stage. Quick check, any questions from the audience? Okay, so I think it's super interesting what you guys are doing. It's especially as we go forward in the next COPs and as we look ahead to implementing the stuff on the ground, it's important to measure it. And as you say, it's a mixed bag so far. Successes, then areas where there could be improvement. So it's going to be really interesting to follow along. How about a round of applause for Lara?
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So now we have reached the lunch break portion of the day. Lunch is served straight across this hallway in the area there, and then we're going to get started again with the next portion of sessions at 2 p.m. in the various rooms around here. So I wish you all an excellent lunch break. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back our host, Rita Isiba.
Welcome back, everyone, from lunch. I hope you had a tasty dish for yourself and you're replenished now. I really appreciate you being part of this session because we are going to have change makers from Africa and change makers who are active in Africa who will actually present us with solutions. So without further delay, I'd like to welcome our first speaker. Her name is Grace Muganga. Please put your hands together for Grace Muganga. Hello, Grace.
Hi, Rita.
So you're the COO of Sustain Solar.
Yes.
We're so curious to hear what you've got to share with us. Do you want to make use of the polls?
Thank you.
And then give us a presentation?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just testing sound. I hope everyone can hear me well. Great, thank you so much. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers of the forum for inviting us. This is a great privilege to be part of the conversation. My name is Gracia and I work for Sustain Solar. So I've organized it in a few slides just to give you a snapshot of what the company does. So Sustain Solar is essentially we are a systems integrator. We are based in Cape Town, South Africa, and we cover 3 main sectors: off-grid solar, gas to power, and also battery energy storage systems. This is just the management team on the far right. Those are the 2 co-founders of the company, Tobias and Ames, and I, on the far right, I look after Sustain Solar, and my colleague Daniel looks after Sustain Storage. What do we do? We've been around for about 5 years now. We provide integrated, containerized, and cabinet-based turnkey systems, off-grid solar, solar PV, and battery energy storage systems. We've kind of standardized our product range based on the feedback that we've received. So we've got the box, which is a cabinet-based. We've got the compact, which is a 20-foot container, and we've got the extended, which is a 40-foot container. Application-wise, our systems are suitable. Primarily, we've worked with mini-grid developers, off-grid projects, but also hybrid/CNI, and also the humanitarian sector. These are just some of the clients that we've built and that we've worked with across the continent. Just in terms of track record, we've got our systems are scattered across about 11 countries. So in Southern Africa, we've covered Malawi, Lesotho, South Africa. In Eastern Africa, we've covered Uganda, Eastern DRC, Madagascar should have been in Southern Africa, Sierra Leone, Benin, etc. And then our sites up until now have been relatively small, so just below 100 kilowatt peak and 220 kilowatt hours. So why Sustain Solar? Most people in the mini-grid/rural electrification space, this would be preaching to the choir, essentially the technology. So why work with us? We are agnostic, so we can work with the technology package based on the client's budget, but also technical requirement, timing. We've optimized our production process, so between 8 to 12 weeks. That's how our lead times, dependent on the equipment available. The installation support, so we do provide remote monitoring, and we're currently developing our own in-house tool. And then what's most exciting here is we've put together a construction finance facility specifically targeted at the mini-grid sector and developers that have been pre-approved for RBFs. This is more details about the facility. So one of the challenges in the mini-grid sector, they are not, there's a long list. You could elaborate and spend an hour on it, but access to finance, long lead times, etc., etc. And that's one of the aspects that we as a company, we consider ourselves not just a supplier to the mini-grid developers, but actually a partner. We've put together a construction finance facility. And so it's a deferred payment model. Qualification criteria number 1 is you have to be a mini-grid developer having been pre-approved by RBF, whether it's BGFA, whether it's UEF, or whether it's, let's say, rep in Nigeria. And we essentially, the security is our system. We can pre-finance our system, which is the generation unit, and it's about 40 to 50% of the capex required. That lowers the upfront capex requirement on the developer side. We've tested it, so we've got 3 pilots. The first one was in Lesotho with One Power, a Power Africa grantee. 3 of the 7 systems we built were pre-financed, and it was seed funds from our funders. The second are health clinics in Uganda with Equatorial Power. Also, Power Africa funded RBF. We pre-financed the cabinet base for electrification of health clinics. And then the last one is a project currently en route to Sierra Leone. That's one of the UEF grantees. These are just project examples. This is one of our very first designs in Malawi for a school. This is in Uganda, Utility 2.0 with Equatorial Power. This is one of the 7 containers in Lesotho with One Power, Power Africa, and this is one of the latest one in Madagascar with Africa Green Tech. So that's me in a nutshell. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and I look forward to engaging more.
Grace Muganga, everyone. Gracia, I have a question for you. Do you want to come in the middle?
Okay.
So we can all see you better.
Very intimidating, I must say.
No need, because I would like to congratulate you, first and foremost, for your influential position to drive change.
Thank you. I was doing that alone, but
of course not.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, the congratulations comes to you. I'm wondering, what will it take? What is needed in order for your organization to scale across the whole continent?
So when people talk about scale, I get super excited, we get super excited. That's what we've been waiting for. So if you look at the number, we've built about 30 plus systems over 5 years. And then you shift the problem. It's SDG 7. I don't know how many thousands of mini-grid needs to be built in the next couple of years. You look at the numbers of, let's say, lack of access to modern forms of energy in the DRC, Nigeria, get excited about the numbers. And so what's standing in the way, it's scale and it's speed. Mm-hmm. And then it's access, right? So Sustained Solar, in a way, we have been built to address the scale and the speed issue. Mm-hmm. We've got access to manufacturing facilities in Cape Town. We are very excited about where the sector is at the moment. So if you look at some of the, let's say, rural electrification programs that are being developed in Nigeria, in the DRC, in Sierra Leone, in Benin, these are all not 1, 2, 3, but these are multi-sites being awarded at once. Yes, it takes quite a long time, and I think that's the frustration of the developers, but that means that, you get an order of 10, you get an order of 20, no developer has a team of 40 engineers to deploy at once. And that's where, we start to make sense. So when you say what will it take to scale, one is, on the regulatory side, licenses, concessions, how long it takes for developers to get all the paperwork in order to be able to access this facility. The second is, RBFs have sort of a fundamental instrument, right, in unlocking the sector. But at the same time, the length from being awarded to being able to access the grant, it's anything from 12 months to more. I think we've seen people, 3 years in still waiting to be awarded that. So being able to almost streamline the due diligence process across different instruments allows, I think, sites and developers to deploy faster, and then working with companies like us. So we're not trying to create a monopoly, but I believe that the scale of the problem is so big that each one of us have a role to play, and we would contribute probably 5% or 10% or 20%, I don't know what we're very ambitious, we're not shy to say that, of what the problem will be,
That reminds me again what we reiterated in the morning session, together we are forced to be reckoned with. So I can hear a close calling where everyone should come together in order to lobby change on the regulation. That's what I'm hearing from what you're saying, Gracia.
Correct. And then just to finish, because the instrument that we're putting together, I think there's a few different construction finance facilities being put together, some local currencies, which is very attractive, and I think one of the key takeaway from the Africa Climate Summit was also re-looking at climate finance instruments for the continent and making sure that they are fit for purpose. The construction finance facility that I showed, we are in the last stages, and by the last stages I'm talking about weeks, not months, of scaling that facility from a pilot to now a $10 million facility. Very excited about all the RBF programs and talking to a number of grantees, looking forward to deploying that Q1 next year.
Thank you very much for highlighting that point. Okay. Before you sit down, I would like you to join one of these chairs, because I still have a collective question. Thank you, Gracia. Next, I'd like to welcome Nicolas Mirawals, who's going to present us solutions for the built environment. Please put your hands together for Nicolas Mirawals. Nicolas, you're the CEO of ORIS Material Intelligence. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much.
The stage is yours.
We are in Zimbabwe. I'm bringing you in Zimbabwe now. It was almost 10 years ago, in 2014, I was attending a road conference here regarding road maintenance, and I was struck by a consistent comment from participants. They had no fund, they have no finance for maintaining their roads, and even when they had some, those were poorly designed and poorly executed for most of the time, so lasting very, very little. I'm Nicolas Mirawals. I've spent 30 years in this road industry, and I'm today the CEO of ORIS. And I'm talking about roads here. Roads is a facility to access school, to access jobs, to access farms, to get to healthcare facilities. So roads are really essential. And those people in those countries, they need those roads as much as we probably forgot that we have them already here. So this is really critical. But roads, we are probably not road experts in the room, so let me introduce quickly the topic. Traditionally, roads is about not avocado, but about mechanical performance. And mechanical performance is also now connected with environmental performance, social performance, and freight and food performance. Here to illustrate, there is a study that was made by the European Investment Bank in South Africa. And really, it was a research program analyzing the relation between freight and road condition, with very, very accurate study. They've put sensors into the avocado seeds to measure the vibrations of the roads and to consider the impact of those vibrations. The result speaks for itself. 40% was the product loss in certain conditions with this road network. So you see that this 40% probably contributes a lot to the product loss at large in the agricultural field. So I want to not to drive you too much into cuisine now, and we go to the finance side, because road is not a niche market, it's a big market, 500 billion investment every year, out of which only 10% is going into rural roads and agricultural roads, even less than 10%. And this is a problem considering that 70% of the road network is rural roads and remote areas. So 70% versus 10%. And that's triggering another problem. And here I'm going to this number. The World Bank, together with some experts, created an index called the Rural Access Index. And this index is measuring how much of the population is living over 2 kilometers away from what we call an all-season road. 2 kilometers away from an all-season road, and this is 1 billion people on this planet. Imagine yourself living 2 kilometers away from your road, the one that you're taking every morning. That might create some problems. So that's why we created the Roads for People Fund. That's why we decided, together with UNIDO and ORIS, to create a roads for people fund. This is an initiative to rebalance from large infrastructure to smaller infrastructure. This is a very innovative scheme that will reinject some money in rural roads from the optimization on large projects. This is why we need technology here, because if I don't need to introduce UNIDO in this room, I might spend a few seconds on ORIS. ORIS is a tech platform that aims at really optimizing the road design, not only with regard to cost, but also with regard to material consumptions, to carbon emission, resilience to climate change, and other parameters. And this is triggering and generating quite some savings. So the program is quite simple. It's in 3 steps. Step 1, the countries engaging with us on the program will have their large infrastructure finance optimized with ORIS. And step 2, this optimization will partially go into a fund. This fund will be strictly dedicated to finance rural roads so that we start rebalancing between large to smaller infrastructure. Step 3 is to have more people joining, to have more donors and more partners joining the program. And this will then restart and re-kick off the financing of this rural road, which is definitely a problem. So I will just end with this call to action. Please join us into, I have one more, I guess, here. I had one more. Join us into this program, because whichever organization you are representing in this room, there are multiple benefits to this type of program, because be it from the private or from the public side, we can see the economic development, of course, out of those rural roads. There is also a social impact, very important, and we aim at having this social impact bigger and bigger. Food security is obviously at stake as well, so food security could be a good driver for spreading out the message. And maybe finally, just politically, just from a human perspective as well, just let's offer the population the capacity to live decently with the right mobility on their living place. So this is the ambition of this program at large. Thank you for your attention.
Nicolas, as a tech company, the first thing that comes into my mind is that data is the new currency. What do you say to that? Is there truth to that?
I definitely agree to that. Data is so important. You've seen the number and the complexity of the data that we need to consolidate and articulate, so that, as I said, from mechanical only, we are now embracing so many parameters, including food, transportation, and so many others. So this data is, the complexity is also in the fact that the data is partly local and partly global. When we talk about climate change and resilience to climate change for the network to last longer, then we need to integrate a lot of global data and global information. So we need a system. This is very clear. We need a system because we cannot keep going as we do, wasting not only avocado, we waste some big money here in this sector because it's not optimized as it should. And the data is the fuel of this optimization, and we just combine local and global data with very systematic approach, very proven scientifically as well. So that delivers good results in terms of optimization, really.
Thank you. Whilst you was talking, I was thinking, actually, I'll be curious to learn from you as well. What would it take to scale, or what is needed in order for your organization to scale?
I think we need ambition to scale. We just need ambitions and commitment and countries to go for it, to commit to do things a bit differently, and get the benefits out of it. And we have a few countries already in this space, and thanks to UNIDO also collaboration.
Would you tell us which countries, or is that on the wraps?
No, I think it's perfectly fine. We will get started with Ivory Coast, and Tanzania is on the list as well, and we will welcome any country to come to this adventure with us. This is a win-win-win situation anyway, so it's just a matter of ambition.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. If you could join Gracia on the stage there. Thank you. Yes. So our next speaker will be joining us online. Let's move on to explore a solution to powering sustainable agriculture. CEO of Cold Hubs, Nemeka Ikek Onu. Nemeka, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you, and I hope you can see me and hear me very well.
We can't see you, but we can see your slides. So do you want to go ahead with your presentation?
It will be my pleasure. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Nemeka Ikek Onu, and I'll be talking about Cold Hubs and the work we do using solar-powered cold storages to reduce food spoilage. The problem we are trying to tackle in Nigeria is really the problem of food spoilage due to lack of cold storage at key points along the food supply chain. And this problem really, if you travel on Nigerian highways, you will see large amount of fresh fruit and vegetables typically dumped on the roadside. This is because farmers do not have the ability to store it, preserve, and then extend the shelf life. So in 2015, we started Cold Hubs as a company that designs, builds, operates, and also maintains solar-powered walk-in cold rooms in farm clusters, in produce collection centers, and also in outdoor food markets. The goal there is to use these cold stations to actually extend the shelf life of food from 2 days to as well as 21 days, and it became very successful. In the course of deploying these cold rooms, the goal is really to use the cold stations to extend the shelf life of food. But quickly we recognized that the volume of 3-ton capacity which we deployed was really small. So we started expanding to 100-ton capacity cold rooms entirely powered by solar for large-scale fresh fruit and vegetable collection centers, food markets, and also farm clusters. And we also were able to pioneer the concept of cooling as a service by charging farmers, retailers, and wholesalers the equivalent of 26 US cents to store 120 kilogram plastic crate of fresh produce, or $1.32 per night for storage of meat or fish, as the case may be. So over the past 6 years, we've gradually deployed 58 cold hubs. Last year, we saved 2.4 million kilograms of food from spoilage, serving more than 7,000 farmers, and 80 jobs created for women who work as our hub operators, overseeing loading and offloading of food, and also 2.4 million kilograms of CO2 saved by running these units entirely on solar with no need for diesel generators. Users can also connect with Cold Hub service, downloading an app, the Cold Connect, to identify the closest cold storage, order refrigerated transportation services, or observe the cooling temperature inside the cold rooms. The team behind Cold Hubs include myself as CEO, supported by a wide range of skilled men and women, C-level suit and mid-management. Together, we receive incredible advisory support from a rich experienced board. And we've tried to raise financing over the years from both impact investors, multi and bilateral organizations, and traditional foundations. So I just wanted to use this quickly to present the work we are doing at Cold Hubs using solar-powered cold storages to reduce food spoilage. And I'll be happy to engage and answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nemeka. So if you have any questions, please note them, because once I have all the presentations, then it'll be great to engage with some of the potential questions that you may have, rather than me dominating the conversation. Mecca, I was thinking to myself, during your presentation, can you give us an example of a specific challenge that you address with a specific stakeholder or user of cold hubs?
Yeah, one of the specific challenges we experienced was really segregating fresh and vegetable storage with meat and fish. You know, initially we were built in food markets and traders, vendors brought all manner of produce that needed to be stored. Cross-storage of products was difficult because of the different temperature ranges. So we now built cold storages for fresh fruit and vegetables, and then cold storages exclusively for meat and fish at sub-zero temperature.
So it's more focused on food rather than any other perishable item like bio-related materials that could be perishable?
No, yet we've not entered into the bio sector. There is a lot of food to be saved. We started storing milk recently, and we are trying to build out milk collection centers in Nigeria and have cold storages. You know, the need for cold storage is huge. You know, it's massive across the country, and we are just pioneering it in a country of 240 million people.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, last but not least, thank you, I would like to welcome Mike Buendera, who is the R&D lead at Octavio Carbon. Please put your hands together for Mike Buendera. The stage is yours. Oh, thank you very much, Nicholas.
Hi, everyone. As introduced, my name is Mike Buendera. I'm the research and development lead at a company called Octavia Carbon, and we're a direct air capture company. More to that as I continue with my presentation. The main thing of what I want to talk about today is carbon dioxide removal, and more specifically carbon dioxide removal in the context of Africa. Both in how Africa, we are known as victims of climate change, right? I, for instance, come from Kenya. I grew up in the Kenya highlands. In an alternate life, I'd actually be one of those long-distance marathon runners. But apart from the point, ever since around 2018, Kenya has actually gone through one of its worst droughts. And you know, this affects a lot. And thinking about solutions of mitigating these effects and how we can, you know, chime into them is really key. And a habitable planet needs carbon removal. I think one of the representatives from the International Panel for Climate Change actually talked on this, right? That as much as we need to decarbonize, we also need to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere to get to our targets. And I want to more specifically talk about engineered carbon dioxide removal, right? And engineered carbon dioxide removal is more or less technology, bringing in technology to actually remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and then finding solutions of permanently storing it to ensure that it doesn't continue affecting the atmosphere. And engineered carbon dioxide actually has, you know, advantages. Like it could give you high quality carbon dioxide removals that actually are stored permanently for quite a large number of years. But it's important to actually say that engineered carbon dioxide removal is not an alternative to nature-based solutions of carbon dioxide removal like reforestation and such. It's just a complement to actually get to our targets. And so in terms of in Africa's context, CDR, carbon dioxide removal, CDR in short, is actually really key because Africa has a lot of the essential, the fundamentals put together to actually scale up carbon dioxide removal, right? we have an abundance in renewables. For context, I'm from Kenya, and Kenya, we have a lot of geothermal energy, we have a lot of wind and HEP. As a country, we are just about 90% renewable, which can also tie into effectively scaling up the tech. Technology, growth in technology and scaling up technology also creates job creation. And you know, Africa has a huge amount of its population being below 25 years. And coming up with solutions and trying to scale up solutions in Africa will also scale up people to actually enable them to, you know, live decent lives. And environmental justice is also something really key. The fact that Africa, having not contributed a lot to climate change, but we're the ones who are actually facing the adverse effects of the same. And yeah, so in terms of scaling up carbon dioxide removal or engineered carbon dioxide removal, there are many constraints. First, on the technological sense, engineered CDR requires a lot of energy, and it also requires storage. You know, carbon dioxide, permanent carbon dioxide storage. You actually need to be aware of, if I capture CO2 from the atmosphere, how do I ensure this carbon dioxide is sequestered permanently? And also price. I mean, price is, for anything that you're trying to scale up, you have to be aware of the levelized cost that actually comes with it. And there are also constraints that are not just, you know, tech-related. Like in the context of Africa, narrative is something really key. You know, historically, Africa has been seen as a high-risk place. No one thinks about Africa as a place to actually both build up and scale up novel technologies. And this could also tie to the access to finance. I mean, we, historically speaking, for example, setting up shop in Africa requires you to pay higher interest rates for debt and such, and also regulation. Regulation for any new field of tech is actually important, because this will actually tie towards whether the tech that you're trying to deploy actually hits its targets, and whether there's no sort of convolution or vagueness in terms of the deployment. And yeah, I'll talk a bit about direct air capture. And as I said, direct air capture is just using machines to filter CO2 from the atmosphere. And I think the simplest way to put it is like, these are mechanical trees, right? And it involves like having a chemical filter that's selective to CO2 from the atmosphere, takes up CO2, and then you actually input energy into this chemical filter to release this carbon dioxide, and then store it permanently in any sort of formation. So in the case of a large part of the East Africa, this would be underground rock formations. And yeah, Africa actually solved some of these really important constraints to engineered carbon dioxide removal. One of them in Kenya, for example, is geothermal. We have access to geothermal, not only in terms of clean and renewable electricity or energy, but also in terms of waste heat. The process of direct air capture requires around 85% of its energy is actually heat energy, and having access to such waste heat sources is actually really key. Same thing to geology. You actually need geology that can permanently sequester carbon dioxide, which such a geology is actually rich in the East African Rift Valley. Basaltic rock formations are actually really abundant in the crust of the Rift Valley. And these rock formations, they're porous rocks, which are alkaline in nature, and they can actually take up CO2 and mineralize carbon dioxide permanently to ensure that there's no re-emission back into the atmosphere. And yeah, talent, the fact that we have a huge population of young people who are really willing to, take up new ideas, grow technologies, because, to grow any technology, what you need is the minds. And Africa is actually ripe for that. And yeah, so just to continue, in terms of other factors that we need to think about, like narrative, I talked about how narrative is key, and it's one of the constraints that actually ties towards our funding. And being able to show that scaling up carbon dioxide removal actually has core benefits, like I talked about job creation, I talked about environmental justice and such, and also the fact that a lot of countries in Africa actually have a track record for scale, technology scale. When you think about solutions of clean cooking, when you think about solutions of e-mobility that are actually ramping up, it actually, proves the point of Africa being a place for technological development. Financing can actually be solved by diversifying capital stacks, right? We don't just need to kind of constrain financing for large scale-up of technologies into, expensive debt. Countries can actually help form mechanisms that help finance the deployment of such technologies in various stages. In early development, countries could actually have development finance institutions that actually help in bridging or kind of like scaling up the technologies in regions such as Africa and such, and also regulation, which is actually really important. Carbon markets are one of the key areas when you think about regulation, and as much as you're storing, CO2 permanently in the atmosphere, underground, being able to tap into the carbon markets, which actually, for a project developer like us, would actually really help in terms of providing cheap financing and just catalyzing a field that is really, really important and that would actually help scale it up. Yeah, I think that's it. That's my presentation, and I'm open to receive any questions.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive presentation. Thank you. What I'm interested in is the direct air capture. How does it directly relate to commercializing technology? Can you give me an insight on that?
Yeah, so direct air capture, I should actually elaborate, is technology itself, right? And this is actually what you're trying to commercialize, right? And a lot of what I was talking about is how we can actually, the factors that we can bring in to scale up direct air capture as a technology. So it's in itself, it's a technology that needs to be commercialized.
Yeah. Thanks for breaking that down for me. So is there anyone that has any questions? Because there's some microphones, 3 microphones along the aisle. If you don't have no question, then I'm going to carry on because I've got plenty. Yes, please. Is there someone? Oh, the person's getting up. All right. So let me just ask you, please, come and have a seat. So I've just got one common question for all 3 of you. I don't think Mecca is with us at the moment. But what would you ask from world leaders gathering at the COP28 to scale up solutions like the one that you presented? Gracia, on to you with this one.
Thanks a lot, Rita. So I think part of it was already highlighted this morning, and it was about one, renewing our commitment to sustainability, to development. The second was scaling our ambition, because we know we're not going fast enough. So when world leaders gather at COP28 in two months' time, more or less, my ask as a company that represents the energy access sector is looking at the commitments in terms of the scale, looking at the commitment in terms of the instruments that are being used, and looking at the commitment in terms of, let's say, structuring instruments that are actually accessible to the intended users, which are the developers and or the communities. Because we are working on a construction finance instrument, I'll highlight that as one of those innovative facilities that can unlock significant scale and speed. And anyone that's interested in helping us scale further beyond this first round of fundraising is more than welcome to speak with us. So
thank you very much, Gracia. Yeah. On to you, Nicholas.
I think I would go in the direction of the procurement, the public procurement. When it comes to roads and infrastructure, it's very much public procurement related. And here, not only we should talk about sustainability, carbon reduction, resilience, but we should really embed that into the procurement systems. So to have a consensus on the fact that not only the price, actually the price, by the way, is not always competing with the decarbonation. Sometimes it goes the same way. So, but to have a balanced approach in terms of public procurement with carbon, resilience, cost, of course, and other social parameters to come, and have this effective, which is not the case for now.
So more efficient financial instruments, efficient procurement. And what's your suggestion?
Yeah, I'd also add to my counterparts here, two things, financing and regulations, right? We actually need to open up and diversify financing that goes to project development in Africa. And there are a lot of ways countries can actually think about this. For instance, we are funded by some catalytic project aiders who actually, like we have a fund called Catalyze Fund, who are actually funded by the UK government, who help early stage development, early stage research and development companies like us to actually scale up products. And you know, once you're even thinking about scaling up, you can actually have governments look into development finance institutions that actually help in funding or scaling up, or even and help de-risking such projects that need to scale up quite quickly, and also being more and more being more and more serious or proactive when it comes to regulations, because regulations also help de-risk things for investors. Investors are really key when you're trying to scale up any technology, and especially a novel technology like direct air capture. You actually need to have regulation in place that enables people to actually, come into the field with a high level of confidence.
So to lift regulatory blocks, or that the regulatory matches the pace of the technological evolution. I see it in both ways almost. Now, Mecca, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Yes, so I will pose the question to you, in case you didn't hear it. What would you ask from world leaders who are gathering at the COP28 to scale up solutions like the one that you presented?
I think we need large ticket financing, to be channeled to solutions and companies who are at the point of scale, so they can quickly scale. Large ticket financing is essential to take these solutions from one country to another country, or even take it from one location to another location within the country. So my call would be that public financing should also be channeled to companies at the point of scale in large ticket financing.
Thank you very much for joining. Please put your hands together for our change makers making moves in Africa. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're still remaining for the next couple of days, because I'm pretty sure that people would like to mingle with you. So please have your seats. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now I'd like to seize the opportunity to welcome my co-moderator. Perhaps he's here at the back. No, he isn't. He's lost, because we have another panel coming up. This focus is, however, on the change makers of women. But I am not sure. Can somebody give me an update, what the update is in this regard? Just one moment. There's been maybe a slight change in the program, which I am not aware of. Sorry? Thank you. So I've been informed that there is a clip. It's a solution clip, or a clip demonstrating a solution, coming up right now. Let's have a look what it's about. What a great video to remind us on the options and opportunities that we can tap into. Now we're going to call for an informal break of about 10 minutes, and we will have the next session of a group of female change makers making a difference on the topic of energy and climate solutions. See you hopefully soon in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break there. So next we're going to move on to a very cool session, which is the showcase of thematic solutions by women changemakers. And here's where we're going to be hearing about really on-the-ground practical solutions to all of the issues we've been discussing today. So today's session will focus on solutions by women changemakers and highlight the leading role of women as innovators and entrepreneurs to create a sustainable and inclusive energy transition. So this session will showcase solutions implemented in each of the Forum 5 themes by leading women changemakers, and the session will emphasize the critical role that women play in developing and deploying innovative, clean energy solutions. There is a growing recognition of the role of women within the energy workforce, from representation in leadership and boards to technical training and mentoring. And there's also strong evidence linking gender-diverse boardrooms with better company performance and the promotion of innovation and development. Women-led businesses have been found to be more efficient often and achieve higher growth and profits. So in light of this, the dialogue on gender and energy is shifting, with women being identified as part of vulnerable groups to acknowledging the power that they hold as key agents of change. And we know that historically energy has felt like a very male-dominated field, but this shift is really perceptible. Certainly for me, who's been an energy journalist working in this field for 15 years, I'm happy to say that I see much more gender balance these days than I used to, although we are far away from, I think, where we would want to be. So let me introduce you now to our change makers that we have here with us. We have Camille André Bataille, who is CEO and co-founder of ANCA. We have Nora Magero, co-founder and CEO of Drop Access. We have Sandiswa Kai, managing director of AET. And we have Azeda Farjapur Javazmi, who is founder of Better Soil for a Better World. Welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to hear presentations from each of them about what their solutions are, and then you guys will have a chance to ask your questions, if you'd like, to the changemakers we have here. So Camille, let's start with you. Tell us a little bit about ANCA.
So thank you first for having me here. I'm very happy to be here with my fellow leaders, female leaders. I actually don't like to say female leaders, just leaders. I don't know why we don't say male leaders, but anyway, that's maybe for another part of the discussion. So ANCA is a company that was first established in Madagascar. That's where I live for the last 10 years. And ANCA is focusing on developing and implementing energy access infrastructures, such as mini-grids for rural communities and isolated populations. But we also work for the CNI space, so the commercial and industrial clients and utility scale projects. And one of our last job is actually to provide advisory and consultancy for different kind of stakeholders in the space. So that's basically how it all started. We are now in Madagascar, and we have a footprint in different other African countries. And this whole story started with basically me leaving my home place in France, as you may have noticed with my accent. I'm sorry about that. I'm actually only half French. Nobody's perfect. And so, yeah, my mother used to work in the energy sector as well, and she used to tell me that this is going to be very difficult for you, my daughter, like working in this industry, the energy sector. And I found at that time that I was quite depressing and cynical. And so I decided that I was up to the challenge and that I would start my own stuff and do something about it. So that's how I left. I was about 24 and went to Madagascar. Started a company. There were only two of us, two female, two women. The other one is still with me today after almost 8 years. And we're starting this whole adventure based on the idea of providing solutions towards achieving the SDG 7, but also for the inclusion of women within that field, because the energy field is largely, massively male-dominated, and it's been the case for years. And what we observe is that, like today, and what I've been observing for years, is the issue regarding gender equality and women inclusion is at different levels. One thing that I observe is in the workforce. Like we are all asked to, companies like mine, we are asked to include more women in our workforce, in our teams, but it's actually very complicated. We are asked to bring in women when women actually do not exist, for employment largely. So even though my company today has 65% of female at the executive board and more than 40% in the management side, overall within the company, it's less than 30%. Why? Because all of the engineer and technical positions are very difficult to fill in with women. And this is not a question of what are your hirement criteria or whatever, it's just, is there women following educational background in that field? And the answer is most of the time no, because there's no educational framework to incentivize or to support women to get access to those to this education, and they're most of the time very afraid of getting in. So one solution that we found, or it's not a solution, it's more of a mindset of being involved in your own space and your own industry, is to get closer to young girls and young women from high school and universities, having this same kind of conversation and pitch to explain to them what are the job positions, the opportunities, why it would be interesting, and so on. So bringing the conversation to the very starting point of having people involved in the industry that starts in high school and universities. My company is also part of mentoring programs, so we support all kinds of entrepreneurs, but also including women entrepreneurs. And we see over the time, there's a program in Madagascar that we're working with that has been set up by an investment fund called Miaracap and supported by USAID. And over the last couple of years, the ratio of women entrepreneurs in the cohort has increased up to 70%. So there is more and more involvement, and we need to be there to support them. Obviously, the second thing that I do observe in our field is the lack of leaderships as well, like female who want to get involved in this industry. I think that it's very hard to say why. Maybe they don't get being in the right circumstances and environment to start our own company and do things is sometimes complicated for any people, male or female. But I think that we can get scared about this industry. I mean, let's face it. It's sometimes difficult to be in a crowd surrounded by male and having to prove ourselves that we know that we're talking about, that we are experienced, that we are skilled, that we can deliver the job. So maybe that can be a little bit scary. And I think that by having this kind of events, but maybe bringing it in a more plenary session context would be helpful. I think that we need to bring everyone around the table about this discussion. So we're trying to gather with our other female leaders in networks and to brainstorm around how to connect all together. There's a lot of networks already internationally that federate women in the energy industry, but it's almost too many of them. So how can we gather and be more powerful? We've started an hashtag on the social media, Energy Queens, to try to get more women to follow up on this hashtag and to connect all together. So those are just small initiatives, but we're trying to gather people. And the other thing that I want to mention, and that's maybe the third observation that I've had over the years doing this job, is the women as beneficiaries. So the women that we actually try to impact through our solutions and our work. That's kind of a fun fact, but also a sad fact. My company has run on its own initiative a pilot on electric cooking for the past 2 years. And one thing that we've noticed is that out of the sample of households and restaurants that we worked with during this pilot project, 100% of them, those households and restaurants, were led by women. But 100% of those households and restaurants, their meters were actually under the name of their husbands. And that is just super striking and kindly sad. because you see that women are very much involved in the daily life. They bring money to the household. They are really involved at work, at housework. They take care of the children. They take care of many things. But they're not being recognized for what they are and what role they play. So we, again, try to work with them, federate women's associations and cooperatives to talk about those issues and to try to bring them to be more included within the solutions, especially on some kind of project that we have around agriculture, agri-processing, cooking, obviously, and all kind of energy applications or productive use that we target through our mini-grid solution and energy access solution.
Thanks so much, Camille. Let's check with the audience. Does anyone in the audience have a question for Camille about ENCA? If not, I have a question. So you mentioned at the beginning feeling kind of intimidated or scared, right, by people telling you, oh, the energy sector is not something, it's not easy for women, and then maybe not being able to see like role models there in the space. What would be your advice to young women entering the space who are feeling the same way, who are feeling maybe a sense of intimidation or a sense of, I don't see anyone like me there in the boardroom, so maybe I should do something else?
Well, I guess that the first thing is to leave loneliness and to get closer to people that may feel the same way or that are trying to penetrate our industry. I think that there are enough women today. That was maybe not the case when I started, maybe when those girls started, but now there are enough women capable of you know, owning their story, sharing their experience and their feedback, and trying to gather and federate. I think that we are one perfect example of this, and this is one event. But all year long, there are opportunities for women to gather, to brainstorm, to get together, and I think that this will always be, and has always been, a good way to start, to talk to other people, to other women, to other entrepreneurs, be part of some groups, and get connected, to get access to information and try to leave this space of fear and intimidation. We're not going to change everyone's mindset over the day, over the night, or even over a year, maybe even over a decade. I mean, we've been talking and we've had this discussion prior to having this session, actually. Like we've been having this conversation about gender equality and female inclusion for quite a long time now, and we're still having the same conversation today. Only a little has changed over time, and the one thing that I kind of regret, if I may, is that having this kind of conversation not in a plenary session, not having everyone joining the conversation is kind of a bummer. And I feel like this needs to change if we really want to come up to concrete results.
Well, let's turn to Nora next with a different type of innovation. So Nora, tell us a little bit about drop access and the specific innovation, the VaxiBox.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. And thank you all for today. So my name is Nora Magero. I am from Kenya. I am an engineer by profession, but also I'm a renewable energy expert, and mostly I'm just an innovator. And Drop Access is a limited company that is Kenyan-based, and we pride ourselves in providing practical and affordable clean energy solutions. And specifically, we manufacture solar refrigerators that fall within the intersection, or rather the nexus of energy, or rather climate and healthcare, as well as energy and agriculture and so forth. So before I even explain so much of what Drop Access does, is personally, as a woman who comes from the African continent, I've experienced inequality and inaccessibility of energy in various forms. As a mother, I've experienced inaccessibility of cold chain for medical products for my children because I was living in a rural community, and that pretty much just inspired the foundational basics of forming Drop Access. But then even keeping that in mind, I used to work a bit in the petroleum industry, then I shift quickly to work in the renewable energy industry. And I was working in projects that were building energy systems for the agricultural space, mostly flower farms in Kenya. And all the time I'll read the statistic, oh, the 600 million Africans who don't have electricity, Africa is still in the dark and so forth. And it bothered me why most of the financing was really just going to the bigger projects. And it made sense. That's where the money actually was promising to come from. So I intentionally left that sector and went to the private sector, mostly targeting productive use technologies within the energy sector that were guided by the African continent, the people who actually needed them. Because also I saw that most of the solutions that are coming into the continent, we were trying to fit into them instead of really them fitting into our needs. And as an engineer, obviously, I started questioning, like, what's the validity of a green energy transition when truly solutions don't match up to what we needed to do? That's also formed the basis of founding Drop Access. And I went intentionally into manufacturing this technology within the continent because I felt like if so much money is going to be put into clean tech globally, Africa should have a very fair share of it. Should have a fair share of manufacturing. You should have a fair share of bringing these technologies to maturity, to benefit from the subsidies, benefit from carbon financing, because the technologies that are brought in, it's the other companies that are based in the West or abroad that actually eventually benefit from the dollar in the long run. So that's why I manufacture within the African continent to serve the whole of African ecosystem. So we make two main products. There's one that serves the healthcare space called the VaxiBox that has been such a notable product that has been also recognized globally. So VaxiBox is a portable refrigerator that is solar powered, and it's used specifically to serve the healthcare space. The healthcare is very fundamental, obviously, and COVID just showed us clearly, like, if we can't survive health or health issues, then everything that we do doesn't make sense at all. So VaxiBox really got a lot of traction during the COVID period because we started with storage vaccines just to ensure that we're able to keep them in the right temperature between +2 and +8 degrees. And there's so many of the vaccines need cold storage. And if you talk of a continent where there's so many hotspots for where there's just no electricity, then it means there's no cold storage. And if it's there, it's intermittent. So VaxiBox was developed and manufactured to bridge the cold storage gaps for hospitals that are based in these rural communities or off-grid communities or just communities that face intermittent power or cannot even afford to have the available cold storage technology. It's locally made in Kenya. I'm one of the engineers who've taken active participation in developing VaxiBox, and we've been able to test it for use within the vaccination space, both for human and animal health. So there is a very big interlinkage between animal health and human health, because most of the 60% of human diseases actually originate from the animal health. That's why even the technology that are bringing to the market must actually still cover the One Health mandate for us. So the clean tech should be able to obviously take care of the human beings, but also take care of the animals. So that's why we've been able to pilot VaxiBox in the usage with the animal vaccines. Currently, we have an anti-rabies campaign that is going on. Rabies is such a big issue in Kenya because also the animal sector, mostly like the dogs, is not that well controlled. We have the African dog that is pretty much not really a controlled animal. So there's so many cases of rabies that is affecting children, that is affecting rural communities. And VaxiBox has really taken a center stage in just ensuring that as much as we're keeping the anti-rabies call, but then also we're able to expand the distribution to ensure we're able to grow the geographical reach. That's why it's been built to a portable product that you can mount on the most available form of mobility. And in our case, we use the bicycles, the motorbikes, to be able to store the vaccines and also keep them cold while in motion, but then also just get them to where the most needed and where the biggest need, and that is in the rural community that just don't have electricity. But then also we develop and manufacture cold storage solution within the agriculture space. So we have a refrigerator called Koyo that has been built with pretty much the smallholder farmer in mind. What are their needs? What are the crops? Where do they need to move it from point A to point B? And we intentionally brought the portability aspect in it because if you look at like a typical rural dairy farmer, if they can't get their milk to the cooperative, then they're probably going to try to get it to where the neighbor is or to the market. So we still just want to ensure that they get to aggregate as much, produce as much as possible, but then also they have the opportunity to fight for better prices and be truly productive, but ensuring that they get it to the last mile where they can fetch a better price. But then also, if they don't want to sell it to the market, they can aggregate it for value addition. I always believed that the clean energy technologies that we're getting should do more than lighting. And I think earlier on we had Damilola explaining so much about that, mostly just a focus on the African ecosystem. It should give more than lighting, because I have seen families that have gotten a fancy light, but they're still starving under this light. So the clean energy transition should also incorporate economic growth for these communities, for the household, for the farmers, for the families that are also adopting them, and should actually benefit them for a meaningful shelf life or a period till maybe there's end of life for these technologies. But I'm really, really big on ensuring that we grow the economies for this household, because I truly believe also that is just one way we can sort out the poverty issue within the African ecosystem. Yeah.
Thanks, Nora. It's really interesting the tailored solutions that are there for some of the particular issues. Do we have any questions from the audience for Nora? Just a second. So I have a question. So can you explain how these specific solutions help enhance gender equality and gender diversity? You mentioned a bit that, well, healthcare certainly, but some of these issues are the types of issues that can cause systemic inequality. Why is that, and how does this help reverse or be the antidote to that?
Okay, thank you for that. So it's a fact. With energy poverty, the woman is the most affected. We're the biggest interactors with energy. We're the biggest interactors in the household and in so many environments. So if you look at the Vaxibox refrigerator, it's been built to work within the energy and healthcare nexus. And for example, we're tackling vaccine inequality. And without vaccines, the people who take some of the biggest hits are the children. They get the vaccine-preventable diseases. So you find a child maybe crippled from polio and so forth. Sadly enough, it is the woman who will be responsible for unpaid care work, taking care of this sick child for the years to come. That means productivity is out of the window. They do not even have time for self-development. And I've been in that space as a mother where if my child is sick, I have to stay at home, irrespective of whether I run a startup or not. So Vaxibox is trying just to ensure there is better health outcomes for communities, so that the woman is not bogged down with taking care of sick children or sick family members, but also just to ensure that we reduce the out-of-pocket expenditure also for these women. I have lived in rural communities in Kenya, and I've experienced how if your child gets sick, right now, let's say they had a fever and maybe they start to convulse and you have to take them to the hospital, it is the mother who will have to dig into her pocket and ensure that, oh, I pay for the motorbike or I pay for the transport, and when I get to the hospital, I have to pay a small fee registration. That takes the economic capability of the woman. It chips into the economic enhancement. So when these technologies are available to ensure that better health outcomes, the woman definitely benefits. The children benefit. They're able to ensure we can allocate even this extra money that will have been used for out-of-pocket expenditure to take care of a sick child, to even pay school fees for a girl who will not have been considered to go to school because there's like a long list of men who still need to go to school. So it directly just impacting how women can actually settle into an equitable society. Then also we have the solution, the core solution that we're providing that plays in the energy and agriculture nexus that just ensures that the smallholder farming population that is mostly run and managed by women do benefit. They need to increase the productivity as farmers, as also caretakers of the household. At the end of the day, if a woman spends, 3 months trying to grow a crop, we should ensure that each and every single dollar that they can get from that farming actually gets into her pocket. If it's a perishable product, COYO comes into place to ensure that they don't really sell off their tomatoes or their fish quickly because they're so scared that, oh my God, it's going to spoil within the next 24 hours. They can actually just hold on to it and say, you know what, I'm going to sell to the highest bidder. And to me, that's how I look at productivity. But then also further productivity into value addition. These smallholder farming communities that are mostly managed by women, it makes work easier for them when we introduce cold chain to ensure they're able to aggregate, they're able to practice value addition and create coated cottage businesses where they can actually earn an extra dollar, an extra income for them to ensure that they're able to keep the food going on the table for them. But even as simple as once this food that you took your time to go fetch it or harvest it or make it, there is leftover food. It should be thrown away. It should be reserved. It should be kept for the next time so that you're not spending so much of your years cooking in the kitchen because the family's got to eat. If you can save that food, don't cook it next tomorrow by keeping it in a refrigerator, that's well and good. Like to me, I look at that's truly just impacting women through technologies and directly impacting women through technologies.
Thanks. Let's hear next from Sandizwa from AET, who's running a clean tech company based in South Africa that saves a lot of energy when heating water. Tell us a bit more about that.
Thank you very much. My name is Sandizwa Kai. I'm the co-founder and managing director of AET Africa. I'm a development practitioner by background. At AET Africa, we focus on innovation and manufacturing of energy efficiency products. We're focusing more on retrofit solution for water heating and cooling efficiencies. The reason why I focused specifically on water heating is because when I started the company in 2014, South Africa was experiencing high cost of electricity, and the water heaters are understood to be the biggest consumers of electricity. And as a mother, I was staying with my daughter and having to switch on my water heater because I have to save every rand that I can spare from electricity. And yes, there were alternative solutions in the market, but the capital investment that was required to switch to alternatives. And so my focus then was to zoom into the existing water heaters into the market, because as women who are, especially in South Africa, households are led by females, and females are breadwinners. So I asked myself, if I'm experiencing this pain as a middle income earner, how many more women who are experiencing this problem? Because although you can switch your water heater on and off, but the inconvenience where you have to wait for that water to be heated, and if now you come home late and you have to bath your child, then that's when then I invested my time and energy with my partners to look into that specifically, because I felt like water heating shouldn't be a luxury, but should be a basic human need, or everyone should have access, because when you talk energy efficiency, when you talk renewable energies, at that stage, it felt like it's talking or it's excluding the majority of people. Of course, we had to look into solution that talks to what's already existing into the market. So that's what we dedicated our time from 2014 and commercialized the product in 2018. But the journey to get the product commercialized or even access to the market has been a very difficult one, because the water heating space has been currently, it's male-dominated space. All the owners in terms of like your water heating manufacturers, most of them in fact are not even South African owned. So to penetrate that market in terms of bringing this retrofit, now you are faced with the challenge of having to go and beg or sell the concept to them to endorse so that you can roll it out, or you go to the consumer or the end user to be the ones who make the decisions. But again, the challenge that we've experienced in that case is that although our end users want the product, but the policies and legislation when it comes to certification and retrofit of these devices became a challenge. Again, so while we're trying to solve the problem regarding the access to energy, I then looked in terms of what else can we do as a company to make sure that women benefit within the energy saving space. So what we've done as a company in terms of our commitment is to make sure that we also bring in more women into the energy space through mentorship, through internship programs, as well as offering skills program. Because we found out that the majority of university students who are graduating as electricians or who are within the engineering space, most of them, especially the African ladies, struggle to get into the engineering space. So what we've done as a company is to look into the space where we give them exposure within the manufacturing space as well as the value chain, and enable them to be active participants within the energy sector, because one of the aspects of our product is that for the retrofit, you need to work with plumbers, you need to work with electricians. So what we've done is to equip them in terms of being active participants. Some of them, they might not be innovators, they might not own the manufacturing plants, but we wanted to make sure that through our work, then they get the exposure and then get to be active participants within the energy space. So we are in the process now of really rolling out that program to make sure that we can also encourage grassroots innovators and also encourage entrepreneurs within the value chain of energy efficiency so that we bring more women into the energy space, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who are also affected. Because if now, for example, within the water heating space, you've got water heaters of about 6.2 million, and those households, about 2 million of them are owned by females. And if we can't access or have access to that affordable hot water, then it means the majority is still marginalized. So that's the work that we are doing as AET Africa.
Thanks. It struck me, your story, when you said, I'm experiencing this issue, how many other women are also experiencing this issue? That's where a lot of innovation comes from, isn't it? That people are experiencing a problem and they say, I bet a lot of other people are experiencing this problem. How can I fix it? Let's check with the audience. Does anyone have a question for Sandizwa? No, okay, so I have a question. We know that a big theme with innovation is that collaboration and partnerships are really important to advancing solutions, which include also the clean energy space, that those types of collaborations between sectors, within sectors, are really important. What are some of the successful collaborations AET has engaged in to drive the mission of creating opportunities for women in the energy industry?
Okay, thank you. The first collaboration we had for us, especially to advance in terms of the skills development aspect, was to collaborate with an NPO that's called SASKI in South Africa, that's focusing on equipping young women in engineering and science. And those are the first partners that assisted us in terms of having access to the pool of university students and graduates who are looking for the experience into the energy space. So we worked with them in terms of having access to this pool and getting them to pay for these students to be placed in our company. And one interesting aspect or developmental spin-off out of that is some of those university students were even struggling to have money to register to complete their degrees, but through the partnership, they could get a stipend and be able to pay for their student fees. And we worked with several players within the energy or innovation space because one of the things that we've also experienced is that the cost of R&D as well as piloting the product into the market were significant. So we wouldn't have made it without our strategic partners. And again, through the Global Clean Tech Innovation Program, we've managed now to also reach out to the manufacturers, the water heater manufacturers, because we've realized that whichever way we're going in terms of selling the product, we still need their buy-in, because if we're to change now the standards and the warranties, we need to have them on board. But to go there alone as one company doesn't create the kind of impact we need. So now I have to lean on to other entrepreneurs and other institutions that are already in the space that can assist us in terms of getting a listening ear from the key industry players, because as I said, the barriers to market entry were quite high and strict. So those are the kind of strategic relationships and partnerships that have assisted us to survive for this long in the space.
Thanks. Well, let's turn to Azada next to hear more about Better Soil for a Better World. Tell us about your innovative solution.
Well, at Better Soil, we promised our parents to do it better. How do we do it? In different ways. Let me give you some examples. First of all, we decided to have 50-50 women, men on board as members. So we started with ourselves. So when you go on our website and check our team, you see almost 50-50. We decided to have different nationalities on board. So we started with 4. We have 4 nations. from Malawi, from Kenya, from Iran. Where I come from, I'm from Germany. And we started to pick up a topic which has been ignored and neglected over decades. We chose the topic of soil, soil health, improving soil health for climate protection, climate adaptation, and sustainable food production. Why did we choose soil? Because soil is the second largest carbon reservoir on Earth after the ocean. Soil has the strong connection to our health because we are what we eat, and 95% of our food comes from soil. When the soil is poor, we are going to be poor. And soil has a strong connection to biodiversity above ground. More than half of global biodiversity lives under our feet. They are not elephants or giraffes. They are tiny creatures making the above ground life possible. And at Better Soil, you mentioned also the connection of collaboration, networking as a key. We work with companies and farmers in their supply chain. So it's a kind of insetting when you want to call it. So we work with companies in Germany, in Europe, who want to improve their supply chain and make it more resilient. We spot their farmers in their supply chain, work with their farmers to increase soil health, to increase more resiliency in their supply chain. And the most important thing, bringing science into practice. We want to do it better because there are many evidence papers in scientific world showing how we can increase soil health for climate protection, for human health, for improvement of farmers' income, but there are not many finding his ways in the practice. So we combine scientific knowledge and indigenous knowledge, the farmers' knowledge on the ground, and then make a kind of soil recipe out of it. Better soil recipe it's like when you want to bake a cake, you need to have ingredients, but you have to know how to put everything in the bowl or in the pot so that you have at the end a good cake. So yes, these are the steps that we have been doing and over the last 3 years at Better Soil, and we started registering 4 companies in 4 countries because we wanted to seriously go for practice. So we started our Better Soil company in Germany. We registered it in Ulm, and then we started registration of a company in Iran, in Malawi, and in Kenya as well, Nairobi and Tiolo. And the second most important thing is what we do at Better Soil is that we turn trash into treasure. We collect waste from cities, the most important pollution element in many countries, environmental pollution, groundwater pollution, and climate pollution. So we collect waste, kitchen waste, trash, whatever comes from the cities, and we process it in a way so at the end we have a kind of natural soil fertilizer. We cannot go with chemical fertilizer because our soils are polluted and over-fertilized. And the good point with natural soil fertilizer is that you do not overuse or over-pollute the soil because they are naturally there. You only bring it to the soil to bring back nutrients to our soil. So this is how we feed our soils in form of bringing these nutrients back to the soil. And this is the whole picture of Better Soil.
It's super interesting.
And that's why we call it For a Better World.
Yeah, because it's that integral to the whole system. Does anyone in the audience have a question for Azada? Yes, this gentleman here.
There are not many people who are asking questions, so I thought I'd give one. I thought that your presentation is very, very interesting. My name is Peter Bruck. I'm the chairperson of the World Summit Awards, and we are dealing with very much digital innovation, social ventures, social impact. And I invite you also to look at WSA minus global, because there's a number of digital projects where soil plays an important role. And I wanted to have your comment on how you view digital as an enabler for what you do. Before I let you answer this, however, there's a key issue regarding soil. In 1979, the Canadian Institute for Research and Development, IDRC, started a clock in Ottawa outside the building. And it showed how many acres per second of soil which can be used for agriculture is disappearing. So in your presentation, this notion of that a lot of soil is disappearing is not at least addressed. And I say this very much because you're sitting here not in Germany but in Austria, and Austria is a European leader of using concrete to cover up soil and to diminish actually its own agricultural base. So I think this is a real key issue in terms of climate mitigation, to stop that and to move to a reduced and even to, let's say, a reverse of the concretization of the surface of the earth. So my two questions are digital and also the disappearance of agricultural land.
It's interesting. I'd never heard about that counter before. So yeah, Azar, do you want to take those two questions?
Well, digitalization and AI can help in many ways, and we at Better Soil at the moment are collecting data to make a kind of application app that you can install on your phone, and with it you can give some information about your soil, the color of your soil, the farming system of you, and some other 3 simple questions, so that with this app we can propose or suggest way of how you can improve the health of your soil when you do not access us, because we cannot be everywhere on the planet as Better Soil team. And but the basic is that when you have data, you can use digitalization and AI. But when the soil is dead and there's nothing growing on it, what do you want to measure? Nothing. There is no carbon in it, no nitrogen, very low content, and digitalization does not help you in this concept. First, you need to increase the health of your soil by increasing carbon content, nitrogen content, and to boost the health of your soil so that at the end you can measure the kilogram of wheat or maize which is growing on it per hectare, or carbon content which has been bound in the soil, or nitrogen, or whatever parameters you have. So yes, when the soil is healthy, we can collect many data from it and use it for further development. For instance, the climate is changing. Hey farmer, the climate is changing. Based on that, we are going to have more rain over the next seasons. You have to be careful of flooding. Or, hey, there's going to be a long drought on it. On your field, you need to be careful on it. And this kind of awareness, raising awareness, you can do via digitalization, data, and what Matthias today said with satellites. The second question is, what was it again? Yes. You know, there is a sad part of the story, but when you want to start to motivate people, you mostly talk about the positive ones without neglecting the negative one. I always said in my presentations, talks, and so on, we are losing soils on a very fast speed. 10 million hectares of good soil every year. But there is a report from UN and UNCCD coming out on 25 of October, some days ago, showing we are losing soil 100 million hectares per year, not 10 anymore. And this is the soil we are losing to desertification. This is the potential climate friend that we can have to bind carbon dioxide, to remove it from the atmosphere and put it back where it belongs. We are losing it, and with putting concrete on it, we are not losing our climate environmental friend. With putting concrete on it, we are increasing flooding, because water, the huge amount of water rain which fall down to the earth cannot penetrate in the soil because there is no soil for embracing the water. There is no soil that the rainwater penetrates through. So the water stays above, and then later, the more rain it comes, the more floodings you get. That's very simple. And, but when we want to increase and to promote and to boost this climate friend, the soil that we have to take care of it. And we have, like our kid, we have a child, we raise him or her, we feed him, so that at the end we have a proper human. Soil is not different. If you want to have a good friend, you need to take care of your friendship and feed it and take care of it and pay attention to it, and that's it. And don't forget the soil, guys. The soil needs you, your voice. Talk about it as much as you can, so that we can increase the voice of soil. Maybe soil needs a kind of lower at the end to be on the global justice and to have like a river in New Zealand has a river in court. Maybe soil needed as well.
Yeah, it's frightening, that latest statistic, that so much soil is being lost. I have another question for you, Azada. You mentioned that you're now active in 4 quite geographically diverse countries, culturally diverse as well. But what they have in common, of course, is in that all 4 of those countries, soil health and sustainable agriculture are essential to climate, but they're also areas where women play a vital role. How have you found the differences between those 4 countries in terms of culture, in terms of other factors, in dealing with that issue of soil being so connected to women, women's roles, and how women are connected to that?
You know, agriculture is a sector with the highest, or one of the highest, women working as labor force so a high fraction of women work in agriculture, and they work with soil. They are on the front line of climate change, working with soil, seeing the negative impacts of it. Working in different countries, I mean, it's very different how we talk about gender and gender equality in Germany, in Iran, in Kenya, and in Malawi. In some countries, when you talk about gender equality, it's part of culture, so that women and men work together on the field in agriculture. There is no such, I am a woman, I need to be there, and this is you, you need to be there. Maybe it's the case in other sectors, but in agriculture, my grandmother worked exactly the same hours as my grandfather on the field. They were both farmers. In Germany, it's a little bit different because you have modern agriculture and so on, but agriculture and soil is not a place where you differentiate the genders, and you shouldn't do it. We are in the 21st of century, how do you call it,
22nd now, I guess,
century. Yeah. People are flying to the moon, and Matthias showed us today about satellites, collecting data. Oh, come on. And we are talking about women and men having equal rights. We are a civilized society, supposed to be.
Let me close off with a last quick question to each of you, which is what advice you would give to women entering the energy sector. Camille, we talked a little bit about this before in terms of overcoming the intimidation factor, but what would be, based on your experience, what would be your #1 piece of advice for a woman entering the energy sector?
I don't know, this is a hard question. one piece of advice to enter this industry. To be honest, I don't know. Like I said, to get together, try to be
Collaborate.
not alone. Try not to be alone. Try to get closer to people that have great idea. First, in any sector, in any entrepreneurial journey, you have to have a good idea and try to be working on a impactful topic. Try to bring something. I mean, we have good examples here of very diversified activities, and we're all trying to solve issues that are connected to the same very goal. And I think that even though we're not having the same job, we're not doing exactly the same thing, but just talking to each other, we're already helping each other. So again, I would really emphasize the communication that can go through finding a mentor. Sandiswai and I, we mentioned mentorship and training program. That can be something. Networks as well, we're all connected through social media. We have internet access to information, and that can be super helpful to get aware of events, platform, course, training session, mentorship or leadership sessions, and so on. So communication, sharing information, and obviously being kind to another. And this is also our job, maybe because we are there and we're not new in this industry, but it's our duty to share. So I would also encourage the other way around, people to share more about their experience, their journey, what they've learned, and try to make it more public so that people are aware.
Yeah, sure. Collaboration is really key. Nora, what about you based on your experiences?
So we all want to emulate another woman in the space. There are not enough of us, but there's a start. Well, case example of these women. So I tell women to be the one to create that pool of women to be emulated so that we get to have more women within the clean tech space, starting organizations, creating solutions that just create lasting impact. But then also, right now there is a lot of, not enough, but there is a lot of funds floating around, specifically targeted for women-based organizations. We must capitalize and take advantage of that to start companies that will mentor more younger and even older women to also start their own company. And that's how we create the network. So we just have to take advantage of that. Clearly, with all this conversation that we've been having for years of gender equality, there's kind of no one coming to save us. We have to save ourselves through this. We have to push for that equality. Obviously, collaboratively, not just as women, but everybody else, including the men. But then we really have to hold that network strong. And we just have to push till we get to the point where maybe there's a bit of parity, I don't know, or there's a balance. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good point. So often people just don't know about those types of funds that can be available for helping entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Sandiswa, what about you? What would be your advice?
My advice would be that be willing to learn, never stop learning, because the more information you gather, the more confident you become and the more focused you get. And that also builds your resilience in terms of staying the course even when it's difficult, because now through your knowledge and that resilience, you can build more networks and be able and be authentic. Go out there and ask for information, ask for help, because if you don't ask for help, no one will come and offer help because you don't know that you are struggling. So that will be my biggest advice, because yes, the journey is not easy. So one needs to have all the resilience and have the vision and constantly asking yourself, what is your why? Why are you doing this? Because when the going gets tough, whenever you reach within yourself and remind yourself why you're doing it, it gets better. You wake up every day and try again, even if you fail.
And finally, Azada, what would be your key advice?
Well, my advice would be don't forget the soil beneath your feet. There is a world you do not know, and if you do not want to make a world a better place for everyone, do not come to this sector. If you do not want to get out of your comfort zone and do not look for adventure, soil is nothing for you.
So 4 pieces of advice there are: collaborate and share, find available funds that are targeted toward female entrepreneurs, ask for help. Don't be afraid to ask for help. And also, if you're bold, courageous, enter the soil sector, and it will be very rewarding. I want to thank all of the panelists for some really interesting stories about innovation. I am very impressed by everything that all four of you have done. So how about a round of applause for our entrepreneurs? So now there's going to be a short break, and at 4:30 you can come back here into this room for the award ceremony. So we'll see you back here then. Thanks.
German SDG Award and UNIDO Innovation Award. The Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030. UNIDO and Senator for Economy Germany honored.
Companies, cities and private organizations lead us by implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. More than 100 of participants, they are all supporting the transformation. They are all according the rules of the SDG process. German SDG Award and UNIDO Innovation Award 2023.
Please welcome back our host, Rita Isiba.
Thank you very much for still remaining towards the end. What an eventful day it has been. We started off with some opening remarks with DG Müller, and now we're having him again on stage, just to slightly close the first part of today's forum. So you can see at the back, SDG Awards. Actually, it has been upgraded. It's an award ceremony that should read the United Nations UN, or actually UNIDO Innovation Award and SDG and UNIDO Innovation Award. Now we had a clip signal what the award is about, but we have two gentlemen and the DG Müller, who will tell us more about it. Please put your hands together for Christoph Brüssel, Chairperson of the Foundation Senate of Economy, and Norbert Streffeld of the Senate of Economy, who will present the idea and background of the award project shortly. If you could kindly just take your seat for now. Thank you very much. Just you two for now. Thank you. Now, we also have a message from Bertrand Piccard, who would like to inspire us in terms of innovation. Let's have a look at his message.
Hello to everyone. I'm Bertrand Piccard, the president of the Solar Impulse Foundation. Quantity has killed the system. Producing always more, at a cheaper price to beat the competition, having wages that are too low, creating social inequalities and pollution. Instead of having an economy of quality, where we are so efficient that we save the natural resources, we save the energy, we produce less waste, less pollution, and make more profit for the economy and for the industry. So you see that there is a language for the economy. There is a language for the finance. And it is not wishful thinking. It is based on the systems that exist today. The Solar Impulse Foundation has identified and labeled everywhere in the world more than 1,540 of these technical solutions. And they exist as processes, systems, devices, product, materials in the field of water, energy, mobility, construction, agriculture, industry, circular economy, waste management. All this is available today and people don't know it. And why is it so important? It is because we can change this word, decarbonization, that frightens a lot of people and make them believe that it's an handicap for their economy, into the modernization of our world. It is not economical degrowth. It is qualitative economy. It is not sobriety that frightens a lot of people. It is efficiency. It is not a loss of jobs. It is new professions that are created. It is not businesses that are threatened. It's an opportunity to diversify and take the new trends, take the new business opportunities. You see all this mindset that has to change. And if we manage to adapt our language to all the different sectors of society, we can speak to the ecologist in terms of respect of the environment. We can speak to the people who are really dangerous by saying, this is the legal framework in which you have to comply. And for the vast majority of the world, we will give a wish to change. We will give the wish to be more modern, the wish to be more efficient, to use all the solutions that exist, and to support the economy. And without the key decision makers, without the politicians, the investors, the financial people, the economy leaders, and the industrial CEOs and chairmen, we'll do nothing. We'll do nothing with just talking. It's not enough. If we bring them in the game with the correct narrative, we can be all together, we can federate instead of divide, we can encourage instead of frighten, we can bring the action at every level. Who have solutions, who would like to use them, who would like to be more modern, more efficient, cleaner, and more environmental friendly. And it's possible.
Strong message from Bertrand Piccard. Christoph, Norbert, thank you very much for joining. You told me very briefly what the Senate of Economy is about, but I was wondering if you could share, just in a nutshell, what the purpose is of this award before we bring in Director General Gerd Müller on stage to elaborate. Please.
Yeah, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here, and I would like to welcome you too warmly to the presentation of the nominees of the German SDG Award and UNIDO Innovation Award and our cooperation with the UNIDO. The Senate of Economy is an association of personalities from economy, culture, social areas, science, the whole society. And with their expert knowledge, impulses for solving the major challenges of our time are developed in plural discourse and presented to political decision makers. Solutions for the climate issue or the energy production of the future is part of that. The engagement of the private sector is enormously important to realize that. Technology, innovation are a crucial key to solving some of these major challenges. And the Senate of Economy, for example, played a leading role in the conception of the Marshall Plan of Africa and is intensively involved in the framework conditions for an ecological, social, market economy, an inclusive economy. This was my short, brief introduction about us, the Senate of Economy, and our vision to make it real. Sustainability, value-based management of organizations, and corporate responsibility for society. And last but not least, the fact that we are standing here today is only possible through the initiative of Dr. Gerd Müller, the DG of UNIDO. Dear Gerd, it's a great pleasure. Special thanks for our great and close partnership. It's my pleasure to announce my colleague, Christoph Bussel, chairman of our foundation, to tell us a little bit about our idea of the SDG Award.
Thank you, Norbert. Norbert Streffeld, everyone. Please, Christoph.
Thank you. Thank you, Norbert. We think that the SDG process is the most important future target of the United Nations. And all nations signed this contract in 2015. And at that moment, they signed to audit the development of this process in the next years. This is different to all the other projects we know, and we hope that sustainability will increase. But we know without the societies and the economic, it will not be realized. We also know there are many personalities and companies as well who are on the way to transform their personal consume, their product, their production, their behavior. Transfer to the more sustainable way and real sustainable future. Governments alone can't realize the transformation. It will be not happen with force or only with law. It must be accepted by leading personalities of the economy and by the societies globally. And we also know that the process of the UN SDGs has less awareness. And we try to increase this awareness. We don't not want to increase our awareness. We would like to increase the awareness of these goals, these very important goals. And we know there are more and more pioneers and movers in the economy building up sustainable ways, building up sustainable production market. And so we know that this is a way to realize the Sustainable Development Goals. It is a great honor to be in cooperation with the UNIDO, and we as Senate of Economy will try harder to support the political work of the UNIDO directly from the economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Brussels. If I could just echo in what both of you said, how crucial it is that the private sector integrates the SDG processes in every doing and stakeholders. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, it is a hard way to go without having awareness.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other hand, there are a lot of companies who are doing it, and others don't know about it. So we have to bring these ends together.
Yes.
On the other hand, Norbert mentioned, and I said it again, we could not be successful only with the governments. We need societies, we need the people, and we need the economy. So we try to bring the ends together.
Thank you very much for making that effort. On that note, I'd like to welcome Director General Gerd Müller to have the closing words. Please put your hands together.
I think the opening word for this award, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we have to act now. That is my message, and we have to pick up the pace. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Christoph and Norbert from the Senate of Economy. And thank you all again for coming to our award ceremony on the first evening of our International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum. It was a great day, and thank you especially. Wonderful moderation. Thank you, so competent. UNIDO and the Senate, we are in a close cooperation and partnership to support the SDGs. One result of this partnership is the launch now of the UNIDO Innovation Award, which will be presented for the first time this evening. We start these new initiatives. The award honors innovative pioneers who are making an outstanding contribution, not a normal initiative, outstanding contribution to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We announced this an Innovation Award already in New York during the UN General Assembly and the SDG Summit. We are now past half-time in the achieving in the SDG. And the question is it still possible to achieve the SDGs by 2030? The fact is, we are not on track. We are not on track, really. As it stands, only 15% of the targets will be achieved by 2030. That is the result still now. Progress is far too slow. That's why it is so important to mobilize the private sector and private initiatives for the SDGs. Christoph, you initiated the SDG Award in Germany, and we support it on the international level now with the UNIDO Innovation Award. Because UNIDO is a global platform, a worldwide platform for innovation transfer and the exchange of know-how, especially with new green technologies. That is why we have launched this award to promote knowledge transfer from the north, from industrialized country to the south, to strengthen the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, the Global South is counting on us for solidarity, for partnership and economic cooperation, for investments, for technology transfer, and for a real partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, at the recent African Climate Summit in Kenya showed this very clearly. And again, I'm happy to hear that many companies, cities, and initiatives that have applied for the award are active in developing new solutions for climate action. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, let us join forces to achieve as many SDG targets as possible, to stimulate others to join us in this effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Solutions for climate action. DJ Miller, before you go, you tend to run away from me. Nothing is the matter. We just love your presence. If you could just have a brief seat, because we have to take a picture together. No, actually, I'm happy to stand.
No, it's not my place.
There's a reason. Let me tell you the truth. My feet are killing me. So I have to keep on standing. But regardless, I would like to thank you all for investing your time to be here in Vienna to talk about really critical issues that can inspire us to drive change. Most importantly, to accelerate the progress in realizing the solutions that are already here. And we kept on hearing it. Let's join forces. Let's collaborate. So on this note, I really look forward to seeing you tomorrow. There's a jam-packed program which is even going more deeper into certain subjects. And we have a closing by an interesting group. They're called the Wiener Sängerknaben, who actually used to be housed in this very building. So I hope you stay towards the end tomorrow. And thank you very much. There's a reception happening out there. Please make use of the buffet and drinks and join forces. Thank you very much. Thank you.
But I think we have to announce the nominees now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay, please
join us. Take a seat.
Take a seat with us.
Be with us.
Thank you.
In the middle.
In the middle.
Be with us.
Yeah.
Take a seat and enjoy our presentation of the nominees of the UNIDO Innovation Award and the SDG Award. First of all, category companies.
Nominees category companies.
GEPA, the fair trade pioneer and role model for today's trade standards. Dialogue, transparency and respect are the fair trade pillars. FESTO, this project around the globe aims at serving the market needs for a sustainable development and an overall global sustainable transformation process. ILI, converting the conventional agriculture of coffee to an agriculture model resilient to the climate change. Establishment of an COCA program in Nicaragua, aimed at improving the ecological, economic and social conditions in coca cultivation. Planting of food forest by small-scale farmers in Sierra Leone, which sequester CO2 and enhance biodiversity.
These were the nominees, and we have an independent jury One of the members of the jury, Professor Herlin, is with us here, and the chairman of the jury is Ashok Sridharan, the former mayor of Bonn, as well as the president of ICLEI, the organization of the Small Governments for Sustainability. Gerd Miller was with us in the jury last year, and the UNIDO is a member of the jury as well. So, but the jury is independent, so a wonderful, perfect group of people who knows what they are doing. And the next category is cities and countries.
Städte, Gemeinden und Landkreise. Cities and countries. By Mare, Romania, the project is called Spire, with different goals. For example, startup mentoring young entrepreneurs, creating new culture of bio-based innovation of business. Metropolregion Rhein-Neckar. Education initiative. Educate people about the SDGs, including their challenges and solutions. Government of Antioquia, Colombia. Seeking to transform the markets into effective instruments of inclusion and sustainability within the food supply system. Tür an Tür Digitalfabrik, a non-profit social enterprise operating at the intersection of integration and digitalization. This includes jobs placements, intercultural networking, and online migration counseling. Abuja, strong commitment to advancing key SDGs for a sustainable community. Developing a sustainability strategy based on the SDGs. The 46 optional goals outlined within it aim to make the district more sustainable.
And the last category is youth and education.
Nominees category Youth and Education.
LibDo aims to enable digital participation for children, youth, migrants and seniors, both domestically and internationally through IT donations. LibDo has empowered more than 800,000 students and migrants in over 2,600 schools and projects across 148 countries. Fisher supports the talent of young people in various educational projects and initiatives in kindergartens, elementary schools and secondary schools, as well as in international company projects and events. The LEAD Rolf's Global Institute, powered by L'Oréal, is an educational initiative. The institute provides specialized training, workshops and resources to empower professionals in areas such as management, innovation and sustainability. Die WBS-Gruppe, the WBS Group, is a leading education service provider in Germany with over 40 years of experience. It offers a wide range of educational and training opportunities for various target groups. Klimadelegation. The Climate Delegation is a non-profit youth organization professionality commitment to climate protection. Its goal is to raise awareness about environmental issues and promote concrete measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
These were the nominees, and we have to say thank you for this great cooperation. And it's a great thing to present our nominees to the UN, the UNIDO Innovation Award and the SDG Award here on this stage. Rita, thank you for your host, for your moderation.
It was a
It was
delight.
glamour on our stage. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate being here. Thank you.
And I hope we will see us November 25th in Munich.
November
Munich,
25th.
we will celebrate the winners and we will present the number ones, the winners of these awards.
Excellent.
So I guess we have a small video about it.
Yes, let's have a look.
Looking forward seeing us at Munich, November 25th, the great celebration of the award winners. The Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030.
German SDG Award and UNIDO Innovation Award 2023.
Es hat Spaß.